I'm Dr. Archana, working as A+ Specialist Medical Officer, Government Highway Hospital near Chitra, in the system of medicine.
Morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Vidya Narayan from JSS Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital, Mysore. I'm working as Associate Professor in the Department of Prasuti Tantra and Sri-Yoga.
Myself, Dr. Gayatri, working as Professor in Prasuti Tantra Department, SDL College of Ayurveda, Hospital.
Dr. Roshi Joseph, working as Assistant Professor in Department of Shastra and Vaishishya Kalpana, Government Ayurveda Medical College, Nagarkoil. No, I'm Dr. Gayatri, working as the Medical Officer Siddha in Pondicherry.
Actually, I'm working as a medical officer Ayurveda and medical officer. Program Manager, National Ayush Mission. As Professor in Department of Kai Chikitsa. I'm from
Tantra, Amruta Ayurveda Medical College, Chhattisgarh.
I'm Dr. Sunil Prakash, medical officer for Andhra Pradesh.
Dr. Kamalakar, working as an Assistant Professor, Dr. Government Ayurveda College, Vijayawada. Nodal officer from now. Morning all. Myself, Dr. N. Girish, working as medical officer in Andhra Pradesh, West Godavari district. Thank you.
Thank you all. We're very happy to see a big gamut of doctors and faculty members from vast area, basically. Lakshadweep. Hopefully, we'll visit some place sometime. It's a vast area, Nagarkoil, Karnataka, and Andhra Pradesh. In the first session, we had Praveen sir from Telangana. So that completes the entire circle.
They have joined online.
Online, yes. That's wonderful. So now I will quickly go to the next presentation that will talk about the actual one of the standard medical coding systems. So international statistical classification of diseases and related problems. We are talking about 10th revision now, and we are migrating to 11th very short. To give information to you. So it also has a very long history basically, but this 10th version is in place from 1983. Of course, the ICD itself dates back to 1946. And to my surprise, I learned that it is the Asian countries which have contributed more to the ICD development and maintenance than the Western countries. It's mostly the South Korea. Basically, from the beginning, it is nurturing and maintaining it, and we must thank that particular country. Without this system, probably, for example, a pandemic like COVID could have not survived because there is a lot of counting is required, whatever is there. So the importance of systems in place is relevant only when such crisis comes. Though these things are done at the time of peace, they become so and so relevant. Anyway, so around 94 we have adopted, and now it's still going on. It's a main system of coding, as we can see from Kerala government, other places also. So most of the coding is done through the ICD-10 and it is reported. For all the official purposes, all the state governments follow this, and also the Central Bureau of Health Intelligence. That's what coordinates all the statistics, and they ultimately report to the WHO. And this is also used for medical reimbursement. And in countries like America, they have developed a certain extension that's called CM, ICD-10 CM and all. Of course, we don't use that in India. We use only ICD-10. Roughly around 110 countries are using right now. So there are also other classifications from WHO. This is called WFIC, WHO Family of International Classifications. For example, International Classification of Functioning, Disability and Health. We have International Classification of Health Interventions. We have, that's called ICHI, International Classification of Diseases of Oncology. To tell you, ICHI is one place where we can put our procedure codes. The Chinese medicine have started ICHI codes, and now that's where we have to go there. In ICD already we have made our bid, and it's going to be part of ICD-11. And ICHI is one place, as I said, the procedures can be coded so that this code can be used here and elsewhere also. This has the abnormal findings, coding of the diseases, signs, symptoms, complaints, and also social circumstances, external causes of injury and diseases. Fundamentally, ICD covers all of them. And as I said, this, for example, ICD-O is a special classification system for the cancers, oncology. O stands for oncology. So this is the current situation. And these are all the primary users, physicians, nurses, National Health Program managers, insurers, policymakers, health information managers, health workers, researchers, and others. And this is a little manual system. Before electronic health record system, it will have 3 books fundamentally. And one has to code based on 3 books. So that's how it becomes a specialist job. So mostly doctors were not supposed to do this, because somebody has to verify the record, completeness of the record, and based on that, somebody has to sit, verify, and assign a code. And as I said in the beginning itself, mostly it happens in the IPD setups. So let's not confuse. So we are not expecting every doctor or say anybody who is doing the OPD to do all of this. So there mostly we collect the information with respect, which is called RFE, reason for encounter, fundamentally. OPD statistics, and basically an indirect measure of incidence of disease. But it is the IPD statistics which use meticulous coding system. That is valid for any hospital or any institution. And first volume deals with the tabular list. So it will have an alphanumeric listing of the diseases, groups, and health-related problems. It contains inclusion and exclusion notes and some coding rules. And volume 2, basically, it is the guideline how to use these 2 books fundamentally, first and third book. So it talks about extensive manual kind of a thing, second one. And third one is basically like an index. You can go see the common term there, then go to the first volume and code it. That's how this particular system works. It has 10 chapters. So this is self-evident. I will share these slides with you. Up to 21. So this is the last one. Mostly we have used for COVID recently. So there's an emergency code is required. If you find COVID-19 code, so you will be finding in this particular last group. Fundamentally. That is the number starting cluster, madam. U2, U99. So within that, all the codes will be arranged. So this is the alphanumeric code. So for example, R is an alphabet, 50.9 is a alphanumeric code. So it is a method of grouping of items scientifically according to purpose, codifying them with alphanumeric identification according to certain principles. Sorry. So it has chapter. Under chapter we have blocks. As Madam has said, it is a block. Under block we have section, and under each section we have the codes. And there is also, this is the basic structure. There is a code title, there is inclusion terms, and that's how it goes. And these are the exclusion terms. That code, what doesn't it represent? Sometimes if it is required, that is mentioned there itself, so that we are not coding it in wrong context. And dagger and asterisk is to extend the code. For example, if you want to specify, so you can add additional thing. For example, in this case, H42 star indicates glaucoma and diseases classified elsewhere, and H42.0 star. So glaucoma in endocrine, nutritional, and metabolic diseases. And this dagger indicates that it is happening in case of amyloidosis. But you are able to add an additional code to the existing code. It is for little more granularity. So if one code is not sufficient, if you want to specify it, you can add a dagger and specify with it. Of course, as I said, ICD-10 is a very specialist system. So that's how we have different rules to it. Of course, I'm not getting into it because as I already told that we doctors are not supposed to do the coding. It is the job of the coding people to do. But as an answer to all these problems, now ICD-11 has made things little simpler. And as I said, we have this late mover advantage. So, of course, I know that many of our state government institutions and others, they are using simple tabular lists of ICD codes. Is it correct, madam? Only a list of ICD codes, which you will be assigning, for example, whether there is any incidence of like diarrhea conditions or say gastrointestinal disorders. Under that, some few codes mostly they are using. Most of the homeopathy and other setups are also they are using it. Even in AHMIS also, for all the homeopathy coding, we are using the ICD-10. But basically, it is a tabular list. It's actually sort of brought in all these different classifications into one big umbrella. So that is the advantage. Now, maybe within a couple of years, we are going to officially use the ICD-11, which is very much a simple electronic environment browsing system. We don't have 3 books to deal with. Like we have a drop-down box, simply type the code and you get the relevant code and you can start using it. If it is a part of the electronic record, simply go to the drop-down box, you search it and assign the code. So in that sense, now physicians also indirectly can code. Earlier, it was out of our bounds, but ICD-11 took care of all those things. And it is, you can see when we go through these slides, you can see the kind of developments it has done. Of course, this is the history you already know, we have already discussed about it. Basically, it is doing a different kind of model altogether. Earlier, you can see it is mostly physician or the hospital-centered coding. A person will walk into the hospital and the hospital will decide what kind of code is assigned and all. And most of the other data is not coded. But as far as today is concerned, as other health records and all, the citizen becomes the center. So now the whole arrangement is made keeping on the citizen's requirement, not from the hospital's point of view or administrative point of view. That's how we can say that this is a little more mature and more natural system than a very synthetic system. If you can see here, this is connecting everywhere. It's the horizontal. So, what is the outcome of it? Tertiary, primary care, secondary, tertiary. Informal care. Informal care, for example, a patient walks into a medical hall and asks for some drug. That is an informal care. No specialist or a doctor is deciding what is to be intervened and all, but people take it. That is the general behavior. We can't assume that the people are very smart. They consult 3-4 people, whatever is in their best interest, they will do it. It is a usual practice, but there is a requirement to record also. In fact, the very purpose of WHO accepting traditional medicine coding was this actually. So they were not worried whether it is safe, effective or not. They wanted to just know how many people are opting for it. And for that, they had come up with this traditional medicine policy and encouraged governments to have some regulations, some systems in place so that at least we know that what is happening in the community level. So now most of the records, we don't find that. They will simply say, even in our NSSO survey also, they will simply say Ayurveda or herbal medicine and leave it there. But exactly what is happening at ground level is not recorded. And unfortunately, in the last NSSO report, all the Ayurveda systems usage was less than 5%. Sorry, it is so meager of the entire activity, which is completely unrealistic. When you compare at the ground level, somebody is eating Chyawanprash, somebody is taking some herbal intervention, somebody is using some herbal soap or whatever it is, which is in the name of Ayurveda actually, sold in the name of Ayurveda, but it is not recorded at all. But now these kind of systems which are emerging, so they can take care of that particular aspect. ICD-11 is capable of doing that. And again, this is the slide which reiterates the importance of records with which we have started. And all that is connected to medical records again. All that cluster of activities which goes around an individual has to be there somewhere in the record. Otherwise, it's not going to make any sense. As I said, now basically this ICD-11 envisages to encompass all the different classification systems and provide it on one dashboard. That is the basic idea as a part of the foundation. Now, definitely, if you go to the ICD-11 browser, it has the ICHI codes, everything available on one platform, unlike you going to the different systems and working on it. So it is basically a link between e-health, epidemiology, management, interoperability, and we can record once and use it multiple times. That is the idea. So, and another important aspect of ICD-11 is that we have the traditional medicine as part of it. That's the greatest achievements ever given us to at an international platform. Though many countries have many opinions and whatever these loose talks are there, but at a policy level, at a proper administrative level, that doesn't hold any good. So Indian Medical Association may debate, some other individuals may say something and all, but for example, for Government of India or for a state government, if there is a health emergency, they will put entire health force into the usage. It doesn't matter who is trained in what. If there's a lack of some competency, they will train. That's how the whole programs are being done. And it's a situation across the world also. Now, most of the governments have realized internationally also that they cannot ignore the traditional medicinal practitioners. And that's how we have a space here. And I'm happy to tell you that already Chinese medicine is there, but along with that, Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani codes, combined codes have been developed and alpha draft has been already vetted. And now it's going to be part of it by mid next year. So we'll have the international codes also. So that will have its own visibility at the same time, a sort of assurance for our local authorities also. For example, if you show this particular chapter to your commissioner or whoever is there, for example, who may be an IAS officer, who may not be a technical person, so they will get assurance. Okay, these are the standard models. As I said, for a policy maker, for an administrator, the method's important. The flow of work is more important for them than the ramifications of it, because that will 90% assure that this will not go wrong. And that will assure that the allocated funds or the resources will not go waste. That's how most of the administrators work. They're not interested or say they're not biased because of some legacy or whatever. They are inclined to give you which is reproducible or say which is practicable at the ground level. And these are the few systems which will ensure that. And ICD-11, its gambit has increased from 10, if you see, its jurisdiction or say its domain has increased a lot. So now you can code many of the things which were not possible to code earlier. That's advantage. So this is a big list of all of them. So this is self-explanatory. It has expanded content, updated content, and we have multiple uses. And it has an advanced knowledge representation, ontology, multiple relations, multiple dimensions, state-of-the-art software, user-friendly, portable, and small size for local use and mobile devices, scientifically up to date. I must tell you, Namaste portal, when we started, we also started with a similar edifice. That's what I'm saying, the late mover advantage. So we had a standard example in front of us. We had the TCM codes available for us. So we had definitely an advantage. So what TCM took, it took almost more than 30 years to put their codes into traditional medicine. I must tell you, we hardly have worked for 12 years, to be very precise. So we must thank them. At the same time, we should also take a note of it and utilize it better. And this is outside, of course, it's multilingual and also there is a mechanism to give the caveats also. If you find something which is not going well, if you are not convinced with certain code, there is an open mechanism where you can apprise the monitoring committee. So they will have half-yearly meetings, they will discuss it there and they will resolve it. It is not like, for example, 1980s, the ICD 11-10 started. It took more than 30 years for revision. But here it will not be this case anymore. This most unlikely that there is going to be ICD 12. This draft will keep getting amended and updated because it's completely in the electronic module. So it is more relevant, it has more details. So we have around 17,000 categories, around 80,000 entities, and more than 1 lakh terms are there in this. So, and with post coordination and multiple code usage, it can be much more. You can see from 14,000 to an exponential number of increase. And I will also shortly demonstrate the portal itself. You can appreciate it. So it is just like a Google search. You can type and then automatically whatever is relevant, it will show you the dashboard and you can start using it. Very effortless. And it covers the clinical details to a great granularity. And of course, it is available in official UNO languages. Now it is Chinese and Arabic, French and all, but local translations are also encouraged. Even we can have a translation in Hindi. Probably, by the way, Government of India is working because now they have proposed curriculum of medicine in Hindi also. You know, one of the states it's already started also. So most likely we are going to have the Hindi translation of ICD 11 also. Better we have it. It's better we have it so that the dissemination is better in all sections of people. And as I said, it's a transparent public forum where we can also, anybody can like go into the portal and update or request for changes here. So this is in summary, easy to use, all clinical detail, massive scientific updates. And I have visited, I was thanking Ministry of Ayush to like allow me to attend the HUFIC 2022 in Geneva in the month of October. And we have seen like it was a 5-day meeting. And for example, if oncology say some cardiology group sits, from morning and evening, they will sit and argue on one particular code, man. That was so meticulous. And it's like they will bring all the latest researchers and they will showcase, they will demonstrate, and there will be online debates. And if it is not resolved, they will post it for next meeting, something like very meticulous. And like that, thousands of codes. It was an amazing experience. I was completely humbled. I think compared to their effort, what we have put, I thought it's mostly 50-60%. We should do much more actually. Very meticulous and very careful also. Like they will be talking about its ramifications down next 50 years or say 100 years. If I change this particular nomenclature, what is going to happen? To that extent, it will be discussed. And the advantage with WHO is that it is a member state driven activity. I mean, it is like our democracy basically. So whatever is the majority of the countries accept, that will go. It is not like a private company where some CEO will decide and everything will happen. It is not like that. I was seeing, I mean, like small countries with whom name we are not familiar also, they can stand up and say as a member country, and the entire hall will stand still, and unless that is addressed, they will not go further. I mean, that's very encouraging. I think we must also adopt that system's great culture. Exactly. And very democratic. No high-handedness, no like foul language or nothing. It's very professional and everything is under record. So this is what I have already told. As I said, right now WHO is not worried much about its efficacy or whatever is happening at the ground level, but it wants to know, or say government also wants to know how these services are being utilized. What is happening with it? What is the quantum of usage? For that, we need to have a system, and these codes are an answer for this. And then obviously it will follow with the efficacy and other safety aspects. So once we get that credibility of, you need not beg anybody. For example, I will tell you the latest example of Ayush 64. My colleagues are also here, sir is also here. It was very difficult for us. We had to really fight with that committee to include Ayush 64 as part of an intervention for the COVID for the first place. We had to give all the previous, this thing in silico studies and all. And after that, initially there was a great resistance, there was also great criticism, but now that was distributed like anything later. And that was one of the major source of treatment for COVID cases in many dispensaries and centers across India. And that has happened based on the sound science, not on any nostalgic value or whatever it is. We had responded well. We have repurposed the drug, worked hard in many people. In hard COVID times are also many of our doctors got affected, but in spite of that, they went ahead and ensured that the proper trials are done and ultimately they are published. And now the government has, India has no doubts about it. It will recommend it, obviously. And I think some 60 or odd companies have now taken the rights to produce that particular drug. So it is a mutually satisfying and rewarding experience. Only this happens when we fall in line with the existing competent procedures. We can't just go in with a nostalgia, sir, I am a apex body, I'm the only council available in India, take my drug, nobody will listen. So you are like anybody else, you have to prove your mettle and exactly, sir. And is another very happy thing we want to share. Dr. Uma, Dr. Praveen and Dr. Peru sir and Dr. Uma Shankar Prasad. These are the main people, and we must thank our Gandhi Hospital there and ENT Hospital, government ENT Hospital, and of course Directorate. They allowed them to work on the complicated cases of mucormycosis, and success rate is very high. The mortality almost it was nil, and even in ICU setup also the cases were treated with Ayurveda and very basic things like Gandhaka Rasayana and things like that. Those 2 papers are published in JIM. We will share the links with you. So earlier, we were very much like sort of concerned. We were not even being considered for the infectious diseases. I know from Kerala government, my colleagues used to share, if you get a fever patient, you don't treat, you refer. That was the initial instruction in the beginning of the pandemic. But see, but at the end of it, what happened? It is completely reversed. It is not one versus the other. The time was like that. But once they understood that we are resourceful, many governments put us to very good usage. For example, Gujarat government has supplied a lot of CADA and other things publicly with vans. They used to go around and submit, and they have collected all the statistics about that. And definitely that has helped reducing the morbidity or say recovery, speeding up the recovery rate. These are all the latest examples. Like even Tamil Nadu government, I know this commercial Kudir, it was really distributed and it helped many people. And we have good publications also. So now we are not limited to the so-called non-communicable diseases and all. No, that's old story. Now this is being considered for the infectious diseases, like that too, like a very pandemic-like situation when you can respond. And if you plan well, I think there's a lot of big scope is there. We're not talking out of our like imagination or say nostalgia here anymore. With the latest examples, we can gather our courage and do it. And as I'm repeating again and again, these simple systems like coding will take us a long way. So all that is possible because you have an emergency for code for COVID, and all our doctors after RT-PCR test, they were coding it actually, and that's how it gets into the official records. So it is not like you are imagining or doing something else. Whatever is there, you are using and you are reporting. That's how it happens. So. And finally, as I said, WHO and of course, Government of India from our side also, it is not something which is chargeable. It is free of cost. Anybody can use it. And that is the biggest advantage of having forums like WHO in democratizing things. And I was very happy to know that, like, for example, all the free vaccine, which is given by many governments, I think at least $2 was given by the WHO. And one was from each country. Of course, paid aspects are different, but that's how it can, of course, that is for basically democratizing and helping the underprivileged or say lesser privileged countries to get benefited. So is the case with this ICD-11 also. It is not just accessible in America or some other advanced country. It is available for each and every country. That's how it goes. So why I am talking about this repeatedly here? When you have come here for Namaste portal and why we are talking about all these things. This is basically to prepare a ground that why these kind of systems are required. In 2016, we were in Tokyo with when this ICD-11 was announced. And I was surprised there was one gentleman, Kenji Watanabe. He's a senior campo practitioner and a professor in Kyoto University. He was literally searching for Indian delegation in corridors, madam. I'm not hooking up. I was humbled actually. I was saying Indian, we thought we only two were there, Joint Secretary Sir and me. We thought they are searching for some Ministry of Health officials. No, they said specifically who were the Ayush delegation. Then he took us aside, made us sit and said, you people should have something national boards and you should be in the ICD-11. It did not come from us. It came from a professor from Japan, and he said, this is for the good of the world. TCM only is not sufficient, you must be there. We were completely floored, and the whole day he made us sit with the ICT team and he made us understand the process. That's how it started. And it's a history later on. I mean, we should really salute these great people. They want the balance in the world. It should not be tilted. The China, India, it's not a new thing here. Even the rest of the world is also feeling it. It's much advanced. I'm talking about 2016. It is not because of some politics. It is because of the reach actually. And we are not in conflict. I have observed in WHO also. There is no conflict between TCM and us. Their clientele is different, and Ayurveda, Unani Siddha clientele is completely different. And the geographically also, there's no conflict at all. And even in the places like Malaysia, where we visited recently, they are coexisting very well. They are having Chinese system also. They are having Ayurveda also. They are having Siddha also. I mean, it's a perceived problem basically. So that's how we become very important in the healthcare setup, not only in India, elsewhere also. So that's the basic understanding we wanted to share with you people, so that the relevance of Ayush portal becomes much apparent. So with this, I will now conclude my introductory session. And if Madam permits, we can have a little interaction about this. And in the afternoon, Dr. Vinod will introduce to the Namaste portal itself. Thank you all. Namaste. Thank you. Now the session is open for interaction, sir. I request the more interactive we have, the better solutions we can give. Some people were asking some doubts in the corridors. Please ask here also, so that the rest of yes. Yes.
You told that it is the duty of the coding person.
Yes.
The doctors are not supposed to mention the coding unless until doctor knows the coding. That importance should be clarified.
Yes, sir. Yes. That's right. I should not say the wrong message.
Unless until that group has not been created in the OPD sheet itself.
Correct. Correct.
So you are also telling one disease.
Yes.
If another the same thing can be diagnosed by different other parameters. So then the coding will be different. That should be known to the doctor. Then only he can keep the things in the OPD sheet. So that should not be confused.
Yes. Yes.
So it is the duty of the coding person. The doctor should know each and every code. Yes, yes. Yes, sir. There is no doubt.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, maybe I think I was certainly sending a wrong message. Thanks for correction.
We cannot know it by heart.
That's what, sir.
That is what I want.
No, sir. Here my apprehension was that whenever ICT 10 was introduced, it's really a cumbersome. Clarified. In ICT 11, the problem is overcome. Not use 3 books and do a separate exercise. That's the only difference.
Just to drop down.
Exactly. That's the difference. And when I said medical records department and coding, that is meant for overall maintenance of it. A doctor or say a medical superintendent cannot do it. They should have a helping hand in that sense. Basically, an assistant's job. So we can train others also. I mean, in specialist codes, for example, madam is here, eye specialist. So she can train her assistant for those 90 odd conditions or whatever the native rogas are. 100 conditions which you do in the modern diagnosis. That can be trained. And obviously, they will be working on our notes only. That is the basic thing we should not miss. So when you are doing manually, our responsibility is anyway, Yojaka is doctor only in Chatushpara. There is no confusion here. The doctor has to lead the team. And thank you, sir. That is not diluted, sir. There is a subtle difference. When I say, because in many places we get this offensive response also. We are not coding people. Many doctors get offended also. We accept that. It is definitely not primary job of the doctor. As a supervisory job, we have to stay there. Yes. And this is the ICD 11 browser. Very simple. If you just type ICD 11 browser, you will get it. And there are 26 chapters. And you can see our traditional medicine is here. So right now we have module 1, traditional Chinese medicine. And very soon we will have the module 2 also. And as I said, this is pretty straightforward thing. For example, so wherever the fever is there, it will give. Like you can just refine it as per your requirement. Simply type the text and you will start getting it. And And as these people claim that it's a good education tool and it's a very good tool to update our knowledge also. So that's one advantage. I'm sorry. You can see this. There is a brief description. It doesn't give entire medical information, but in basic description is given and also associated codes. Everything comes at one place. So that our updation also becomes more pragmatic. So you please dedicate some time, sit in front of the system and browse through these codes. They are very useful, and there is a coding tool also here. So it will clearly give you what kind of associations you can make. For example, if you want to add it to another code and use it, you can do that. That's called post coordination. But anyway, when basically we don't use all those 17,000 codes in regular practice, it's best to start sorting out your regularly used codes, and once in a while you get a very special code to use. That's how it works in the practical setups. So we did not really baffle with all those codes. For example, in NAMASTE portal, we have some 2,500 codes for Ayurveda itself, but most of them are not used. I think in council setup, we use around 400 codes, including those basically 80 with plus or minus variations. It's around 400 codes. And initially when we started, there was a chaos, but our doctors got quickly adopted. Now we really sometimes will get rare diagnosis also as part of these records, which were not being reported. Maybe they were treating it, but they will put under some Vata Vyadhi or some umbrella and just leave it like that. But now we have a code for Avabhavika. Specifically, Avabhavika can be treated and coded. So that is the advantage. In this also, we can go to that extent. With the minutest diagnosis also, we can go and do that. Anyway, these are all open portals. And definitely once this ICD 11 will be implemented, there will be further trainings. From each and every government also, they will come and train. So this is only a sensitization thing. So we are opening up you for these coding systems. So now I request we have another 15 minutes before 1 o'clock. So we can have an interaction.
In this point, any doubt is there, we ask question.
Any doubt is there? Somebody? I'll see. Achha, this is WhatsApp, man.
Stop, read. Stop. Yes, you want.
Achha, how to enter this portal? Okay. Yes.
So that will be told.
Yeah, that will be addressed in the next session. Yes.
All this will be covered in the next session.
Yes, I'll type it. Sorry, okay. Right.
Or revisions in Namaste portal from any person.
Yes, sir.
Is there any mechanism?
Yes, sir. We have email ID namasteportal.ayush.gmail.com, and it is a draft in the making. We have not yet physically published also for the very reason, because we can do corrections and we can update like ICD 11. It is kept open so that it is improving constantly, and we are planning our revisions in January. If somebody is there to suggest us modifications, most welcome. Definitely, it is done some 5 years back. There will be a lot of inconsistencies observed. Already we have a list of them. But if you also observe, they are most welcome. Most welcome. So, as we have some time, there are no questions. I would like to introduce this module 1. So kindly pay attention. So this is about traditional Chinese medicine, but it comes closer to Indian systems also. For example, we are having a little tricky situation here. When we started work on ICD module 2, so we were allowed to do in all Sanskrit, Arabic first initially, but one fine day they told us that it should be predominantly in English, that too in British English. That's a big catch actually, and it's a very typical nostalgic question, whether we lose identity when we completely convert into English, or what will happen to it. So then we were closely observing our Chinese counterparts, how they are handling it. So when we see this, you can see it's completely in English. They say, for example, liver system disorders, and under this, they have a very typical term, you can say hypochondrium pain disorder, and in bracket it is TM. So it is probably some translation of the Chinese disease, fundamentally. So, but what we have observed is that it is definitely a little bit tricky situation, that over a period of time, the original term may lose the significance altogether. But at the same, no, we have created a very typical term called lump disorder. Gulma. We can't say it's a tumor or say whatever. We had a discussion and a review also, but we have no other option. The big problem is that if you go with your regional specific terms, because it is an international body, first of all, it will not get into the system itself. So you have to compromise here. They say so. So what the suggestion is?
The very purpose is standardized.
Exactly. So what provision we have is now that we have a simplest, nearest translation of it than equating with any existing disorder. For example, in case of Raja-Ekshma, so we have used the term tuberculosis, but tuberculosis in bracket nearest or something like that. Or we can say consumption-like disorder, something like that, which is close to Ekshma also, major presentation of it, and which also does not completely reflect the existing Western medical terminology. If it is the same, then obviously the question will come, because this is a statistical tool, why are you repeating it twice? Then you have to explain it again that, okay, this has a specific traditional medicine specific pathology. So madam is here. So it differs from the, for example, you are talking about the same quotidian fear, same malaria you are talking about, Chaturtika Jwara. But in case of Ayurveda, this is a Vishama Jwara of certain etiology and certain presentation. But in case of modern medicine, it is a smear diagnosis, or say present of some shy joint or something at certain stage on the slide itself. So fundamentally, there is a difference in the conclusion of the diagnosis itself. So we are not duplicating the code. So Chaturtika Jwara, say quotidian fever, in case of simple English translation, it will have the TM tag, where I am very clearly understanding it on the periodicity of the disease, which explained as in our classical text. And I'll be deciding on certain CARDA based on that. I'm not saying whether it is malaria or something else. It can be something else also, which has certain pattern. Of course, now predominantly we see that only in the malaria, certain types of malaria. But when I am saying it is some specific type of malaria, I will use the, if I am doing it through the microscopy, confirming it, then I will be using those malaria codes. So we are encouraging to use the 2 codes now. So one is the Ayurveda code, like quotidian fever or whatever is there, whichever is assigned here, and also the malaria code as per the specific diagnosis. So that's how we are ensuring that we are taking these 2 processes into confidence. Our records are complete, and if tomorrow that treatment works, so we can authentically say that, like in case of COVID. So we know in case of asymptomatic COVID or mildly symptomatic COVID, IU64 works because it was diagnosed based on that RT-PCR test. It was given to them, properly recorded. So now I need not say that it is some Kapaja sort of fever or Stajmika fever. That can be an additional observation, which is my primary diagnosis, on which I have decided that, right? On one side, I have that information. On the other side, I have the proper medicine diagnosis, which is clearly indicating that it is working. So now I have 2 evidences in one go. One is through the Ayurveda epistemology, based on my logic, my pathology, and my Samprapti Vigatana. And other hand, I have also explanation on the modern side. This is the ideal thing which we can explain to the world. Instead of simply saying that this is better than that drug, or this is superiority or inferiority, it is better say in this way that, and slowly people are also warming up to this terminology also. Initially, when we were sending our drafts for journals, so whenever there was no of Ayurveda information, they were saying it is not related to it, they were rejecting it. But last few years, we observe that many of the, like for example, British Medical Journal also is accepting Siddha and Ayurveda terminology related content in the text itself because they have some portal to compare with. Because something is in the public domain, it is accepted. So that is a major advantage now we are able to appreciate. So instead of having blame game, they are not, nobody is doing anything. People are there to do. In fact, today, when I'm standing here, there are, in case of research, I'm saying, there are more researchers in the non-medical, non-Ayurveda domain than in the Ayurveda domain itself. Many people, engineers are there, medical doctors are there. In fact, even many of the medical doctors, they are also graduating in Ayurveda separately. It's a shocking thing. They are putting effort. People like Rama Jayasundar, they are physicists, but they have done the Ayurvedic medicine completely and they are trying to contribute. So we have to take advantage of it's a great advantage to us. And as practitioners, we should harness all those benefits and put into our clinical setup. That is the final target here. So, and also I want to tell you that what will happen once, for example, there is Namaste portal, they are actually going to sending you different mixed information here. For example, I'm saying we have the national codes and simultaneously I'm also talking that there is going to be something in the ICD also. So the natural question is which will be used. So the answer is very straightforward. ICD, we are going to have limited number of codes. I think hardly some 370 codes probably do the ICD at the most because it's a very complicated exercise. And if the more complicated we make, the more they will put it off. So it was a clear understanding that it should be simple, very basic list, which is acceptable to all the three specialties, first of all, Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani, and also it is internationally understood. So rest of the codes will obviously come from the national codes. So that is another important point why we should be using Namaste codes most important. So that is not the end of it. So we will be using it along with the ICD codes. So whatever those 300 codes are there, they will be from ICD and rest of the 1500, 1600 codes will be from Namaste. And that's how even the Chinese system is also being implemented. So recently they have amended their coding. It is little ahead compared to India. So they are using already these 400 odd codes and rest of them they are using from their national coding system. So even Korea is also doing the same thing. So in that way also we are indispensable. We have to anyway get used to Namaste portal codes. So that is the summary of this morning presentation. So I think we're mostly done.
Those national coding should match with the ICD-11 also.
Obviously, madam. Obviously, they will match because they are basically built based on these customizers. So we will not repeat them. Those 300 will be from there. So we will map it with our code, and rest will be the national codes. We'll have a hybrid list of it. So some of them will be from ICD and rest will be. Yes. We will update our list by that time.
Maybe our own can be absorbed in ICD-11 someday.
Obviously, for that we have to keep on representing and slowly add one by one. That will happen. That scope is always there. Today it's only a starting draft for us. In fact, even those ICD people also told us the same thing. So this is not the end of it. Alpha draft or say beta draft. With this is not the end of it. You always have the scope to add to it. Yes. I think it will take some time to think, I think. By evening the questions will come.
More questions will come once we start.
Yes. 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 That is true. Okay, then I think I'll wind up my presentation here and request for announcements. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your deep knowledge and vast experience with us so that we build a strong base for stronger future. May I now request Dr. Sulochana ma'am to kindly present the token of appreciation to Dr. Sakri Council.
No idea. So, photo ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. Something else.
Small group photo, no?
Here or downstairs? Better than mobile.
Before lunch, we will
Yeah.
gather for the group photograph and for online. Video on current or
सबको photo on
but you have covered both.
screenshot and send it.
क्या मैंने लिंक किया है रिकॉर्डिंग कंप्लीट हो जाएगी वो आप शेयर कर दीजिए
आप इसलिए कर दीजिए
पिन कर
ऑडियो 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 बंद करके बैकग्राउंड को चला दीजिए
Feasible change and replacement. First, yes,
I welcome back everyone post lunch. We now have Dr. Vinod Kumar Lavanya, Research Officer Ayurveda, Central Council for Research in Ayurvedic Sciences, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. Sir has completed his MD and PhD in Samhita Department from National Institute of Ayurveda, Jaipur. Sir has over 20 years of professional experience in academic and research in Ayurveda. He is an investigator and nodal officer of more than 30 research projects in the field of clinical and literary research. He has received Young Scientist Award for the year 2018 in the field of literary research, given by the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. Sir is the author, contributor, translator of more than 40 books, and he has more than 20 research papers published in national and international journals. He is a member of Working Group Committee of WHO for Standardized Terminology of Ayurveda. He is a developer of various ebooks on Ayurveda Samhita and other important texts. Sir is having vast experience in translating, editing, digitizing, and cataloging of manuscripts of Ayurveda. He has held various administrative posts in CCRS and has active participation in various academic and research-oriented activities. Today, Sir will talk on general introduction to Namaste portal and standardized terminologies of Ayurveda and National Ayurveda Mobility Codes. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. And welcome back to the post-lunch session. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
So, in the morning session, we have discussed about the medical coding, medical report, and what are the available platforms right now for medical reporting. That is the ICD-10 or ICD-11.
but these are used for the conventional system of medicine, as we know. So a similar type of system is to be developed for IS sector also. This is the need of our system. So as we have discussed in morning, that on the same parameters or on the same requirement for the medical record or medical reporting in the IS system of medicine, the NAMASTE portal had been developed and launched and being used from 2017 onwards. So in this session, we will discuss this is not a lecture type things, as Dr. Sakit has already censored. This is a sensitization program and not necessary. This is only that we know about the provision of NAMASTE portal. As and when can be possible, we have to adopt this portal or this software and use in our hospitals also. So in this session, we will discuss about the NAMASTE portal and what is the standard terminology for Ayurveda and National Ayurveda Morbidity Codes. So Ayurveda portion will be taken over in this session. So as we can see here that the NAMASTE portal, we are saying NAMASTE portal, NAMASTE portal. NAMASTE is the abbreviation and full form of this portal is the National Ayush Morbidity Code and Standardized Terminology Electronic Portal. So you can see here there are two modules in this portal. One is the National Ayush Morbidity Codes. Okay. And second is the standardized terminology. So for the reporting purpose, what? For reporting purpose, the National Ayush Morbidity Codes are being used, and for knowledge and uniformity of the terms, exact uniformity for the translation of terms. There is a need for the standardization of the terminology. So in this portal, both things are kept. National Ayush Morbidity Codes as well as the standardized terminology for Ayush system of medicine. Here, I mean Ayush system of medicine to Ayurveda, Siddha and the Unani system of medicine. Rest, yoga, naturopathy and the homeopathy system are used the same terminology as the conventional medicine used. So as we all know that there is the language variation for this system, because the text available in the Ayurveda is written in the Sanskrit language. Text available in the Siddha system is written in the Tamil language, or Unani, maybe Arabic or Persian language. So these terms is needed to be translated in a standardized form. So just two segments of the NAMASTE portal is there. One is the morbidity code and second is the terminology. And moreover, we can say that there are two modules on the NAMASTE portal. One is the knowledge module, where anybody can get the knowledge about the morbidity codes and standardized terminology. Is there are so many terms are there in the and we are using the different meaning for that a similar term. We are writing an article, we are translating a book. So same one term is being translated at different places by the different meaning. Like from suppose casa, sometimes we are translating as a cup.
Sometimes we are translating it bronchitis. Sometimes we are translating is the general cold. So these are the, so there should be a uniformity for the translating the terms. So by here, by this Namaste portal, this can do a knowledge module. We can get the knowledge about the national IS morbidity and similar terminology. Second part of this portal is the for the reporting purpose. So in your hospital, how many patients are coming, and in a particular month, you have dealt or you have consulted how many patients of which type of morbid status. So that part can also be uploaded for the centralized collection of the morbid status. So understand? So this portal, second segment is working as a centralized collection of morbid conditions. Or at present, near about 150 hospitals data is being uploaded on this NAMASTE portal. So if this is the reporting mechanism, so you are also reporting to your district hospital or some senior authorities or some other portals. So that report is sufficient for NAMASTE portal. If you are collecting your morbid statistics, monthly morbid statistics in your hospital, and it is being reported to some authority, that same copy of that report, if it is provided to us, that it is sufficient to upload the data, and you are the contributor for the national morbid statistics. So this is for us. So this portal is developed by the Ministry of Ayush and being maintained by the National Institute of Indian Medical Heritage, Hyderabad. This is the peripheral institute of CCRS, Central Council for Research in Architecture. Or as you can be accessed from the Namaste namastp.ayush.gov.in. So previously the name of the portal was the NAMST, National Ayush Morbidity Terminology Portal. बाद में एक सजेशन आया कि इसको एब्रीविएशंस को अगर जिस तरह से आजकल ट्रेंड चल रहा है कुछ संस्कृत टर्म से या हिंदी टर्म से नाम दे दिया जाए, तो एक सजेशन आया कि इसको क्यों नहीं नमस्ते पोर्टल कर दिया जाए। तो शब्द जोड़ा और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक शब्द जोड़ करके इसको एज ए नमस्ते पोर्टल किया गया। So objective of this portal is that to collect and systematically present the national Ayurvedic morbidity to promote the usage of electronic health. In morning session we have discussed EMR and EHR. As Dr. Saket said, EMR, an electronic medical record. It is pertinent to a single hospital. If you have some data of the patient and you are captured this, so this is called a medical record of that person. And if the similar data is transforming to any other hospital also, and or we can say that it is on the board or on a portal which is used by the other hospitals also. So this is the called as a EHR, health report. So Namaste portal, using of Namaste portal can promote the usage the electronic health record, because we are providing the data to other than our hospitals. So work as a national assembly. The vision and mission of this portal is the comprehensive web portal of standardized terminology and national Ayurveda morbidity codes, and WHO, ICD and ICD-11 we have discussed about it. mission is the pan-India implementation of ASU National Mobility Course for as Dr. Sulochana Madam also said, Raghu sir also, that currently the institutes which are comes under the direct administrative control of Ministry of IOS, they are using this NAMASTE portal very frequently. Some of states like that, Delhi and Haryana also started to use this portal. Rest are yet to add with this portal. So our mission is the pan-India implementation. For that purpose only, we are conducting this type of workshop, that is called sensitive workshop. Sensitive workshop, we have planned 7 workshops in 7 institutes, and 2 workshops are being conducted in each institute also. So to cover the whole states of the India. So southern part is being covered at Bangalore also. So our mission is that to implement the IOS morbidity codes for reporting morbidity and treatment along with the ICD-10 or ICD-11. So list of ICD-10 morbid conditions and list of ICD-10. Pan-India implementation of ICD-10-11 disease codes for yoga, naturopathy, and homeopathy. As I said earlier, that the dual code system, Dr. Saket has also mentioned. Dual code system means one system is already available with the conventional system of medicine, that is called the ICD-10 or ICD-11. Another system is the traditional medicine morbid condition. For Ayurveda, we can say the NAMC, National Ayurveda Medical Code. For Siddha, we can say NSMC, or for Unani, we can say NUMC. So though traditional medicines code are available in that portal also, if we are reporting a morbid condition by available codes, that is our traditional system medicine code and along with the ICD-10. So this is called the dual coding reporting. But as I said that for the homeopathy and yoga and naturopathy, there is no separate codes are available at present. It will be possible that in future codes for homeopathy and yoga and naturopathy is also. So, but at present, only 3 Ayurveda, Siddha, and Unani codes are available. So, if I have hospital pertaining to this system, Ayurveda, Unani, and Siddha, is using this portal and reporting the morbid conditions by both code, that is called the dual coding system. And if the yoga and naturopathy and homeopathy is reporting the morbid conditions by using the ICD-10 or ICD-11. So it is called as a single coding system. So, okay. And one mission is the serve as a reference repository to ASU terminology and morbidity code. This is also work as a reference report. For example, we can say कभी-कभी जब जर्नल आर्टिकल हम लिखने बैठते हैं तो सपोज करो किसी टर्म के ऊपर किसी डिजीज कंडीशन के ऊपर आर्टिकल लिखना है तो हम गूगल से ट्रांसलेट करते हैं उसका हेल्थ प्रिविलेंस और उसका कौन सी एरिया में उसका प्रिविलेंस कर रहा है वो गूगल से देखते हैं डायबिटीज मेलाइटिस का देखा उन्होंने बता दिया 6% में 1% डायबिटीज मेलाइटिस होता है कभी गूगल से शोत्र में अगर डाल करके देखो बताएगा कि हरिद्र में डाल के नहीं बताएगा क्यों नहीं बताएगा क्योंकि गूगल वो बताता है जो हम उस पर जो हम डालते हैं वही रिवर्स में हमें बताता है उसी को जब actually what are happening in our system, we are not doing the precise diagnosis. We are not doing. If some patient is come to our OPD, some problem, pain, joint. So, which type of pathway? It is the Viswachi, it is the Arubamuka, it is what? So we are not doing the precise. So this portal also serves as a reference repository that how many patients treated by the National System of Medicines. How many patients are being treated by the Ayurveda? How many Unani? How many medicine? Or which are the top 10 diseases? Or in Ayurveda being treated by the Ayurveda medicines. So this type of data can be okay. This is the timeline of the event. It was 2010. The work was started where the WHO APW project was given to the NIA Jaipur and IPGTI Jamnagar, where the clinical terms, standardized clinical terms was given to the IPGTI. The non-clinical terms was given to the NIA Jaipur, and they have completed their job and simply put it on the website. But after that in 2016, a review was taken up. And that some terms are missing in that document. So a review was taken and both work was combined and was held on the 18th of April 2016. In that meeting, it was decided to further develop it as a replacement. So in 2017, it was a historical movement on 17th October of 2017, where the Honorable in 2018, it name was changed from NAMASTE to NAMASTE portal. TM2 module is going on. Meanwhile, some other standardization of terminology based on this portal, our centers also has released one document terminology of Ayurveda. So based on this also, and movement CT or international terminology, WHO terminology, BIS. Is source material. Okay. So this is the historical photograph, launch of the portal, landmark event in the history of IOS with a promise to bring in equity with the healthcare system. So what was the outcome expected of this dynamic exercise? So counting of the IOS services encounter, measure their form, frequency, effectiveness, safety, quality, outcome, and cost alternation. So counting is the main purpose. Why? How many encounters are used by this portal? So this is making a strong case for inclusion of IOS intervention in the national health program. If we don't have the data, then we have nothing. If we have the data, then we have everything. So, if data is available with us, then we can strongly present our case for inclusion of IOS intervention for the healthcare. Suppose करो कोई एक स्कीम आता है जहां पर कि कर्नाटक के लिए कोई एक विशेष स्कीम हेल्थ सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड कराना चाहती है। कौन सी डिजीज को प्रिविलेंस, वो डाटा आपके पास कहां से आएगा कि अगर हमें यहाँ पर एक हेल्थ केयर सर्विस प्रोवाइडर देने हैं तो किस डिजीज के लिए दें, किस सिस्टम के लिए दें। तो जो नेशनल लेवल पर पॉलिसी मेकर्स है वो उस डाटा से निकाल करके नहीं करता। तो अब जब हम डाटा अवेलेबल करा देंगे कि इस पर्टिकुलर एरिया में these morbid conditions which are prevailing, या इतने एनकाउंटर्स इन हॉस्पिटल्स में हो रहे हैं ट्रेडिशनल सिस्टम ऑफ मेडिसिन के, तो उनके आधार पर उसको हेल्थ पॉलिसी को फ्रेम करने में, उसको इम्प्रूव करने में, उसको एडवाइस करने में हेल्प मिलता है। नेशनल like international comparability of practice, research and reporting of morbidity in this art. If the system is also there, or dual reporting we have discussed about it. So this is the home page of the portal. URL has already been sent. There is the namaste.ios.gov.in. With this URL, you can access this portal, or you can simply write on the Google page that Namaste portal. Namaste portal, the first result will be the SEM portal. So you can click on that. This is the about us morbidity code, standard term, dashboard, gallery, and sensitization. So some tabs are there. Within this tab, course, when you click on the morbidity codes, there will be a pull down menu where the Ayurveda, Siddha, yeah. Likewise, the standard terms, Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani also there. So you can choose from here. This is the statistics, the National Ayurveda Morbidity Code, NAMC. Total 2983 codes are available, and which are classified in the two disorders, and second is the pattern. In disorders, we have divided all the morbid conditions what are mentioned in our class. We divided all T, and the natural patterns which are divided in subcategories U, V, W. So pattern here, what is the pattern? Anybody can? Difference between the disorder and pattern. So disorders we are diagnosing that we are using for giving that. Sometimes that is the in other sort of days this is the normal condition, but we are using that, or the patient is coming to the dispensary for that purpose. Like for example, pregnancy, yes, pregnancy, or prakriti, to assess the prakriti, or SAR pariksha. So these are the some conditions where the patients come, or for only for health checkup. They are coming, and during the period of so many patients are coming to us for the only health checkup. So preventive care. So this type of conditions are covered in the natural pattern also. The methodology, this as we said in morning session, the collection of morbid statistics at OPD level or IPD level on the daily basis, followed by the compilation of the same on the monthly basis. Actually, which type of reports are available in our hospital? So IPD reports, and OPD reports. So, to be the part of this Namaste portal, what SOP, what will be the SOP? So generally you have to collect your morbid statistics at the OPD level and IPD level, and prepare a simple Excel sheet for that condition. Already template is already available in the Namaste portal. You can download from template from that portal also, or you can simply prepare in computer your Excel. And that Excel on monthly basis. So we have two types of software. One is the AHIMS, which is capturing the data on real-time basis, and this is the collection of morbid conditions. So in this portal, we are collecting the data on monthly basis. So if you have your previous data also, that can also be uploaded. If you prepare the have the data of 2020, so simply that Excel sheet can also be uploaded by the giving the code of this morbid condition. Okay. Data is segregated as per the ASU morbidity codes. If you are providing to, then it is okay. If not provided, then you send that Excel sheet to us. We will provide the data code and upload on that. So this is segregated by ASU condition. Further stratified by the age, new registration, repeat consultation in case of OPD, and number of discharge against each morbidity code in IPD level. This is the format. And hospital register in the portal is 153, and successfully collecting data from the 20 IPD hospital across India. This number has. This is the our old image. So right at present we are 126 hospitals are uploading the data on this portal. So this is the replica of both OPD and IPD uploaded data in the Namaste portal. This is the disease code. This is the name, and this is, for example, this is a male patient, male adult, female adult, old and new. So this type data segregation is National morbidity codes of the Ayurveda Siddha Unani uses ICD-11 or dual coding or reporting morbidity episode for homeopathy, yoga, naturopathy was made possible through this Namaste portal. We have discussed already, and this portal is, as Dr. Saket has said, and Sandimal, on the basis of this Namaste portal, the ICD-1126 chapter of traditional medicine, module 2 has been prepared, and recently 1 week before the international review on the alpha draft of the ICD-1011 PM2 module has been completed, and soon it will be appear in the ICD-11. So as I said that the we have classified the simply in tomorrow we will discuss about the Unani system of medicine and Siddha system of medicine also, but the pattern is similar. Same strategy has been followed by the all three councils, and same preparation was done. So pattern is same. So this is the definition, and after that, the Vikara, any disorders, as I said, it was further classified. So 20 categories. Here you can see A for Ghosh Resame, D for Dhatu Vesam, C for Mal Vesam, D for Agni. It will it is just like a parent-child pattern. Okay, so those Vesam में, in those Vesam में, we can say Vata Vesam में, Pitta Vesam में, और Kapha Vesam में. In Vata Vesam में, further classification is there. Vata Sanchaya, Vata Prakopa, Vata Prasama, और Vata Vradhi. ठीक है. फिर Vata Vradhi. So what is the vikara of Vata Vradhi? So especially likewise parent child child as this type of classification is there. Total 20 classification has been made in this portal for Ayurveda point of view. So as I said that the coding is should be alphanumeric. Okay, ICD 11 or 10 also it should be alphanumerical. So we are what is the pattern for giving the code. So in the previous slide we have seen that the A is denoted to the dos besam. So dos besam, further dos besam is also doso Vata Vyadhi dosavastha nanatma. Yani A for Vata, B for Pitta, C for Kapha. So then third number letter is also defining the particular condition of that dose. First A is for dos besam, second A for Vata Pitta Kapha. Okay, and third A is the condition of Vata. And yani A is dosavastha, B for nanatmas, C for samanya, or B for average. Likewise, the AB for Pitta, AB is dosavastha, ABB nanatmas vikar, AC is slasmakar, AC is dosavastha. So I am not presenting to go by heart, but you should know that what the pattern has been kept for the denoting the comorbid conditions. So alphanumerical codes has been given. So alphabetic number, some conditions, and in similar conditions there are number of morbid conditions. Then that conditions are denoted by the numbering. Suppose AC samanya Vata Vikara. So samanya Vata Vikara AC 1 is the Vata Vyadhi. Suppose. So Vata Vyadhi में फिर further कितने classification है? वो हो जाएगा AAC 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4. So all are available at the NAMASTE portal, and you can search and download also. One thing is also I have to mention here that the NAMASTE portal has data, but you can access this portal in different script also. Different script. Script, you can read this portal in Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Gurumukhi, Bengali, and other English and Hindi language, other script. So whatever you want, just log into the NAMASTE portal, and in the right side there is a tab for selection of the script. You can select the script from that, and you can search about that in that script also. And search facility is also available on that portal. We will demonstrate after this session. So portal will. So like that, those besam pattern kept for the dhatu besam also. So BA is the ras besam में BB फिर rak फिर मानसो फिर after or स्तन besam में आर्तव besam में. So this is the, and here you can say that this is the in particular group how many conditions are there, that is also written here. This is the Mala besam में. After that Agni Vesam, there are 10 conditions. There's some Agni, Manda Agni, Dhatu Agni Chaya, is this type of. Right from here, the E is the denoted for the Sroto Vesam. So in Sroto Vesam, there are 13 or 14 types of Srotas are there. So EA plus EV for Udak Vesrotas, EC for Rasa Vesrotas, Rakta Vesrotas. So this type of pattern has been adopted. EA1, EA matlab E is denoting the Sroto Vesam, A is denoting the Prana Vesrotas, and A is denoting the Hipka. Or after that, 1.1 is the Mehti, 1.2 Yamala, Yapeta. So that's so we are expecting that physicians should diagnose by the precise diagnosis, exact diagnosis. But कहाँ तक सफल होते हैं ये तो बाद में बताएंगे. But we are expecting that. So this is the Sroto Rasbhe Vikara. After that, this is the Raktabhe Sroto Vesame. Eating, Matarakta Diphtheria, Visarpa. These are the mass Sroto Vikara. E1 yani Arboda, Arsas, Granthi, Medove Sroto Vikara. So I am not going in detail because this is just for example. After that, the Siroroga Mukrog, F for Siroroga and G for Mukrog. And after that, the GAN Osteroga, GB Dantamulagataroga, GC is Dantagotoroga, GD is Dibyagataroga, and GF is the Kantagataroga. So further classification is also there in this. Nazarog, Karnarog, likewise the Brana, wounds as A, Brana, Sopa, Agantuch Brana, Nija Brana. So this type of, we can say that tree view of just when tree is there, then they have the tree have the some branches and then after sub branches. So this is the structure of tree. After that, P is for the disorders. In last like the Haram, Ajina, Adyaman, this type of Bihar Vesam and some Chikitsa Upchar, Basti Vyapak, जितने भी हैं वो चिकित्सा उपचार के अंतर्गत आ जाएंगे. So this type, so these are the pattern. We are discussing about the pattern. Tartha, Kaya, Bayakal, Garva. So here you can say that I said the second part of this portal, these are the classification of morbid conditions. So 2893 morbid conditions are mentioned in this portal. But in practical, we are not using that so much diagnosis system. In particular hospital, maximum to maximum 100 or 120 terms are being used. So you can prepare your Excel sheet from here, or you can download from here and delete some rows which are not being used in your hospital. So second part of is the standard Ayurvedic terminology. So right from the beginning, in 10 chapters, or that is called SAT A1, B, C. Okay. So here Dhatu. This type of term has been kept in this first chapter of the SAT. In second chapter, that is called the SAT B, the structural term, or we can say the term related to anatomy and physiology, that are kept in the second chapter of the SAT. Third chapter, diagnosis, disorders, and etiological factors mentioned in our classes, all are collected and presented in the third chapter. In fourth chapter, signs and symptoms available in the various morbid conditions, that is also being coded, and that is available in fourth chapter. And fifth is the morbid course, what we have discussed. So morbid course, we can say the SAT-E is separately presented in a book, because this is used for reporting purpose. All are used for the reference purpose. This is being used. So it is published separately also, and other is separate in a combined form. Morbid course are in SAT-E. And after that,
names of the diseases.
yes. Morbidity course means the name of the disease, which can be diagnosed. By which name patient can be diagnosed. Okay. So after that, the pharmacognosy and pharmacology related terms are the SAT-F. Preparation of medication in SAT-G. Preparation of food beverages in SAT-X. Treatment term. Dev Vipasray, Yukti Vipasray, Sattva Ujaya. This type of term has been kept in the 9th chapter, that is called primitive health means स्वास्थ्य से related, hygiene से related, वो सारे चैप्टर में. इसके बाद में एक for the better functionality, a search option has also been kept in the portal. So you can find or you can search any term by English or by Sanskrit or by Hindi. Okay. So there is a option to search any term. If you want to search in a particular chapter, that in a particular chapter can also be searched. If you don't know that this term is available in which chapter, so directly you can search in all chapters also. Okay.
इसमें plants का name भी आ रहा है क्या? Plants का या हमको मिनरल?
Yes. Yeah. In pharmacognosy and pharmacology sections, तो जो भी हमारे प्लांट्स हैं जिनको हम फ्रीक्वेंटली यूज कर रहे हैं, उनके सबके नाम. Totally 15,000 terms are available in Ayurveda. 15,000. Or we are planning to upgrade this portal also. And these 15,000 has been kept only from Charak, Sushruta, Bhagavad, Madhav, Sarangdar, and Bhaktadas. Only Labutrai and Brahitrai. Other than these, so many authentic texts are available, and we are going to revise this portal, and some terms are available like that in Bharat Vesad Ratnakar or Chakra. If any term is available, which is not covered in the from here. So in future, this number can be increased. So this is the table view and tree view. So these are the chapter name, and you can see by the table as a table view, or if you want then child parent system, so you can search by the tree view also. These are the some examples like that. SAT 1 का basic fundamental terminology, Ayu, Dhari, Jivitam, Nityag, this type of term are available here. And terms are available. I would like to mention here that this is the pattern. Okay, so each and every term have a code. some name of the term. What is the term? It is diacritical and in Devanagari also. Short definition. And what is the meaning? And if the term cannot be defined in a one or two words, then there is a long definition also. So you can easily understand the term. So this format is available throughout the portal. So this is the C is the diagnosis disorder and etiological factors like Vyadi Viparya, Amaya, Gada, Atank. This type of terms are mentioned here. These are the example. I am leaving this. This has already been covered. Dr. Sagan covered. These are huge cases of the Namaste portal and the Ministry of Bios in what places the Namaste portal can be used. These are the morbidity codes central to this matrix. We have already discussed multiple use cases. It can be used. So I think here is the two way to access the Namaste portal. Or as I said that one is the training knowledge module where you just for your knowledge you just want to see the code for particular term, or you want to see the exact meaning or standardized meaning of a particular, or you want to have a more, then you can, this is open. Anybody can access this portal and home about us morbid code. You can select which codes you want to, Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani or ICT, or this type of can be accessed by everyone. But if you are uploading, so this part is accessed by only authorized users. If you have the login credential for it, then you can upload your data. If you don't have, then you cannot. But the statistics of already available data can be seen by everyone. Okay. Without login credential, you can't upload the data.
डमी है क्या उनको ओपन करने के लिए?
डमी है ओपन करके देख सकते हैं आप, अब तक का स्टैटिस्टिक्स देख सकते हैं, वो अभी हमें डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करके भी बताएंगे, उसमें वो देख भी सकते हैं। बट जब तक लॉगिन क्रेडेंशियल्स नहीं मिलेंगे तब तक आप अपलोड नहीं कर कि अगर इसको ओपनली छोड़ देंगे, दिस इज द सेंट्रल कलेक्शन ऑफ मॉर्बिडिटी, सेंट्रल कलेक्शन। कोई भी व्यक्ति रैंडमली कुछ भी अपलोड कर सकता, ठीक है। तो हमने लॉगिन क्रेडेंशियल करके ताकि पता रहे कि कौन सा डाटा किसने अपलोड किया है, यानी कौन सा डाटा इट इज बीइंग इंक्लूडेड इन द सेंट्रल कोटा। बट पता भी रहना चाहिए कि ये डाटा कौन से है। तो यहाँ पर ये पार्ट जो क्या है ऑनलाइन यूजर का है। और यहाँ के लिए अगर तो आप अपने हॉस्पिटल में नमस्ते सबने कहा था कि क्या करना है, सिंपली अपनी अथॉरिटी से बात करो, अपने हॉस्पिटल डिसाइड करो कि वी आर गोइंग टू अडॉप्ट द नमस्ते पोर्टल एंड राइट ए मेल टू नमस्ते पोर्टल and namaste.ayush@gmail.com। उस पे लिखिए, हम आपको लॉगिन क्रेडेंशियल्स प्रोवाइड करा देंगे। विद द हेल्प दैट लॉगिन क्रेडेंशियल यू कैन अपलोड योर हॉस्पिटल डाटा इन दिस पोर्टल। इफ देयर इज एनी डिफिकल्टी देन in portal some helpline number is also there, you can call us or you can write a mail। I think.
Maybe little tough for the professionals of other systems.
No. Structure is almost same.
No, but some terminologies may be difficult for you to follow.
Yes.
Presentation.
Presentation may be difficult, so that's why we are planning that in tomorrow's session we are going to present a particular session for Zeta profile also, Sensitization also, or one lecture for university. If there are any system specific queries there, then you can ask also.
And for homeopathy, there is no such.
Yes. इसका हाँ नहीं बैकअप है इसका कि हम मंथली जब एडिट नहीं हो रहा है मंथली हो रहा है so I think these all have been discussed in the morning session. So if any questions is there, query is there, then please ask. Your questions are welcome.
But there are Garbhodavas. Pregnant lady will get the rabies, and also Garbha also will get rabies. Where those things are included, whether in a morbidity list or the Sutika values.
Yes. So, madam, what is the ultimate aim of this portal? The aim of this portal to include the or to count the encounters which are being worked in our hospital. Okay, if pregnancy code is available, pregnancy Garbhopadrava code is also available. In Chikitsopchar, so count and pattern or pattern. And Garbhopadrava code is also.
And you can search, that's why. Tell us.
Garbha we have to say.
Yes. In pattern.
For example, Garbha. Search Garbha, you search everything in Garbha value.
Yes. Get that code from that.
नहीं अभी ब्रॉड में हम सर्च करने से क्या अपने आप अपीयर होता है ना फॉर एग्जांपल मुड़ा गरबा MUDHA उनमें से आ ही जाता है इट्स वेरी यूजर फ्रेंडली
Whether all these things are included.
Not generally we have divided both the terms in a higher classification. One is the disorder, second is the pattern. So it is not available in the disorder part, but it is available in the pattern part.
But you can even search when it is available. If it is not there, you can even suggest. He said there is already.
Yes, we can.
So it is dynamically changing, dynamically enhancing.
Correct.
So one
So
more thing.
Correct. So 15,000 are there. How many are there? 15,000
Yes.
are there in total.
15,000.
But definitely there are. And
What did you course? That standard is average terminology.
Say. Ultimately, what my mean to say that morbid conditions also a term. Hikka is at the time it is a morbid condition and also it is a term.
Hikka.
Or swas or cars. It is also a term also. No? So that's why it is included in the terminology part. And morbid part में है क्योंकि उसका purpose reporting है तो इसलिए उसको अलग किया गया. But
in terminology there is no coding.
yes, coding.
There is also coding.
There is also coding.
That coding is
Stand
different
coding.
from this coding.
No, he says it will match.
No.
Swasa-
That is terminology code.
It will not match.
वो वहां पर जो लिखा हुआ है और जो मैं पहले कह रहा हूँ वो दोनों जगह both are same and code is also same.
Code is same.
Yes. सर
Terminology
इनका
में
क्वेश्चन कुछ और है.
नहीं बस
इनका क्वेश्चन मैं बताता हूँ. जनरली क्या है टर्मिनोलॉजी को हमने 10 चैप्टर्स में डिवाइड किया. उस 10 चैप्टर्स का जो 5th चैप्टर है वो 5th चैप्टर मॉर्बिड कंडीशंस. ठीक है. अब मॉर्बिड कंडीशंस का जो 5th चैप्टर है उसी को हमने सेपरेट करके अलग बुक के रूप में पब्लिश कर दिया.
वो
मॉर्बिड
so your question is clear.
तो मतलब क्लियर है.
So can you have a demonstration of how a hospital login will look like in this NAMASTE portal? Yeah.
Section है ना.
Login.
तो करेंगे.
हमको पुराना डेटा कितना संस्था कितना इंस्टीट्यूशन से मिला है सर अभी आपने बताया ना पुराना भी हम अपलोड कर सकते हैं.
पुराना अपलोड कर सकते हैं सर. साइड में जो हमारे मेरे को लगता है दिल्ली से आया है कुछ. दिल्ली के इंस्टीट्यूट जो अभी
गोल्ड डेटा पूरा जो है वो एबल टू कन्वर्ट टू दिस
but it should be available on monthly basis. क्योंकि there is only provision to upload the data on monthly basis. So
जो पूरा बैकग्राउंड करके अपना टर्मिनोलॉजी में हर एक महीने का ये पूरा बना लेना. At a time it can it be uploaded in our NAMASTE.
one by monthly one by.
पुराना हो गया ना.
We can upload the Excel sheet and write that this Excel sheet is related to something global.
वो समझ रहे हैं. फॉर एग्जांपल वो पूरा जो है अपना इंस्टीट्यूट का पूरा बना के 10 साल का डेटा अपने को दे दिया इस महीने में. तो आप उसको सेग्रीगेट करके उस महीने में आज के दिन में डालेंगे.
वो हम कैसे डालें? मैं वही कह रहा हूँ कि अगर ये पुराना डाटा देते हैं तो उनको मंथली देना पड़ेगा कि ये इस महीने का है, ये इस महीने का है, ये इस महीने का.
तो वही मंथली करके दे देंगे वो.
तो आप अपलोड कर सकते
अपलोड
हैं
कर
क्या?
सकते हैं.
अपलोड कर सकते हैं.
और लास्ट मंथ का इस मंथ पे कर सकते हैं क्या?
मंथ का नहीं चल रहा है. 10 साल का बोल रहा हूँ.
नहीं,
10 साल का हो सकता है. 10 साल का हो सकता है.
You have to segregate it monthly. Is it
अगर मंथली बेसिस पर हमें होता है.
लास्ट मंथ HMI इसमें नहीं होता है.
ये जब हमने ये
Yeah, so already in a hospital, we have an SMS. Yeah, so we will be entering all these remote. Then the patient, this questioning of the. Also will be included in that. So.
Your HMIS is
Accident and
so that is Ministry of Ayush.
that is covered by NAC. That's a common one. You are using your software.
So you are anywhere. No. So hospital purpose you are keeping a monthly report also. So in particular month, how many patients, how many disease conditions are with our hospital staff. Eh? That copy of that coding maybe we have to discuss with the we have to discuss. So retrospectively, we can assign notes and add.
Prospectively, somebody should be assigned. And
In 2 ways, you have a bulk data and
this, we have 4 years we have been running this. Total data is around 5 lakhs. Right? So
Even way we are asking, if that is the situation, we can ask our authorities also. If any possibility is there, even we can, we don't know whether today,
I was
whether it
saying,
is possible.
I have an idea. Why should they use HMIS when HMIS is available and Ministry of Ayush is using in
We
our.
cannot tell, there is data for their purpose, they are.
No, but they won't be aware.
we can do it, no problem. The problem is,
But then diagnosis, diagnostic terminology is different, it's an issue.
You might be having 100 or 200 diagnosed pattern, so many. Even among them, 10 or 15 will only be multiples.
Yes, sir.
Remaining all will be common. On water, nobody will put another name. Also, nobody will put another name.
Actually, there was a problem. Because we don't have this top down menus and all that.
Okay.
So even for the we have.
That can be addressed. That patterns also we can address.
it's a big work on.
Creating a national cloud based for this entire hospital. Maybe if it is in a national cloud system, then it will be easy.
Yes.
That much can be done. You can correct us.
Take Saket phone number. Saket phone number.
You can do. Take an export. Then export. It's
See, tomorrow government is asking in this pattern only. Take it granted. Whatever data you are having, that cannot be counted in government pattern. So we are using 5 lakhs data means for the Ayush system. It is a great loss. That's why I am asking. How is it possible? Whether any possibility is there, even Hassan also. Such a.
no, actually, like as the most guy said.
Even if we need, we can put one MTA or data interpreter at our end also. We can make that provision.
HMS was conceived on the same. Well, and
Then it will go to
it
everyone.
will go to everyone. Otherwise, also we can have APIs. APIs where they can implement our NAMASTE as HMS. Whatever they are using. Because there are many colleges, private colleges, they are already having. But we can put our API above them so that our reporting is generated. That is the solution.
That is the only solution.
That is- Now, when we say my simple Excel sheet codes. So if we see the portal.
For example, this is the advantage. You can tell that we uploaded our data, our is shown in NAMASTE. We are the major contributors.
Right, right.
So if you see here, sir, actually it is already available for public usage. This, if you click on this portal, it's this Excel sheet, entire Excel sheet you will get with the codes. It is a very structured Excel sheet. If you show it to your whatever the programmer is there, they can easily implement in the background. You see the code is there. And simple English spelling is there, and Devanagari spelling is there, diacritical spelling is there, short description is there, long description is there. So whatever the method you want to search, you can search and get in a drop down box. They can simply put in the background, and next once it is in your background, in your drop down menu, so every doctor will select only right spelling. And here in this specialty, you see even from Vata, Chaya, Prakopa to the entire diseases, we have the list. So even if they want to diagnose something intermediate stage, for example, my patient, I don't want to treat now. So I see is only Chaya state now. I can put a code for that also. Simple Vatavadi is also there. That is also there. That is but generally, sir, here if you see, so this SK is there, for example. This is the high level code. Okay. This is basically a classifier. It is not a disease. It is only a Nasya Karma Chikitsa Apachara. But we recommend you to use the code with number so that it is a specific disease. Here SK1 is Nasya Atiyoga, which is more specific. So Vatavyadi is a general classifier. So we lose many details there. Under Vatavyadi, where it is Avabhavka or Gridrasi or Vishwachi, that is better to use that.
So many people are just playing Vatavadi.
That is the problem, sir.
That is not the good practice, sir, because Bhadavadi is just like.
We can disable that. So in HMS, sir, in HMS you will not get these high level codes. Only numbered codes only we have given. Of course, in Namaste, still we are a bit liberal, so that we want to encourage people to use.
Program also.
Yes, sir.
Those people can incorporate this.
Yes.
They can give the data on the base.
So this is already available in the public domain. Now we can email it or you can download and immediately send to your programmer. We can discuss with him and see that this is available in your drop-down course. This is one aspect. For your retrospective data, if you give the raw data, so somebody will sit and see the patterns. See, maybe the Vatavadi is written in 10 spellings as Sarah said, but we can normalize it and give the proper code against it and create a clean list. And then that can be incorporated into the portal. No, it is not a problem. Exactly. These are all pretty much doable things. Only thing is we have to come on board and start working one after the other.
But you discuss with your authorities to make your data available. That is beneficial for both.
You can quote these workshops, sir. In your report you can mention, and if you can send us the sample data.
Even with the letter also.
The letter also.
If anything is needed from our side, we are ready.
We are ready. Because we have a dedicated staff sitting there, so we can take their help and do it. Not a problem.
In the previous session, you were actually telling about this medical report report.
Okay.
In government institutions, there is nothing like that. And even if we ask, because in last year there was a NABH procurement process, and I think that the after report they were taking this back.
Right.
The government will not sanction this.
No, sir. As sanctioning post is a problem, but on outsourcing basis, generally they will. No, sir. Because see, instead of not having anything in our council, also we have a lot of problems. But as outsourcing or temporary basis like that, you can do.
We are recruiting.
Recruiting. But that person availability is more important. Whoever it is, whether it is permanent staff or not.
Properly educated, properly having the experience.
Exactly. Generally, actually, in our Chariturity unit, whatever the hospital earnings are there, with that amount, they have 1 or 2 persons there to do this kind of activity. I mean, there are methods. If somebody is willing, there are methods. Right. Thank you. And likewise, we have the codes for Siddha and Unani also available like this.
We'll break for 5 minutes, so you can just use it. Vidya sir, tea hai kya? वो बोल रही है।
Okay.
You have your rank. It's on.
वैसे आगे बढ़ा वैसे तो बंद कर दिया ये स्क्रीन को शेयर मैं स्टॉप कर दिया बंद कर दीजिए पीपीटी पीपीटी was already started ये क्या है ना ये सिर्फ टीवी का इसका रिलेशन है आप बात कीजिएगा
Start correct. Next, we have online session by Dr. Rakesh Narayanan V. CCRS. Sir has completed his BAMS from Government Ayurveda College, Kannur, Kerala, and MD and PhD from National Institute of Ayurveda, Jaipur. Sir has many research works focusing on literature research. Sir has also works related to standardization of Ayurveda terminologies and international classification of disease morbidity, many research, administration of literature, research related projects. His research specialization includes literary research, manuscriptology, Ayurveda terminology, Ayurveda Sharira, etc. I am a secretary. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible? Hello. Am I audible?
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
Audible, sir.
Okay. So I will share my screen first.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So from the morning session, I hope you have all heard about the Namaste portal from the various learned faculty members. And also, I would like to begin by thanking the participants to allow me to speak on this very important topic. Actually, we all know that we write the diagnosis when we treat the patient. But how this diagnosis can contribute to the national cause, that is the story of the Namaste portal. Means how much the diagnosis that we are writing in the case sheet that when we are seeing the patient, it adds on to the national statistics and it presents to the world what is the contribution of our systems to the national cause. To understand this, we will understand what is the purpose of the National Ayush Morbidity and Standardized Terminologies electronic portal. This portal was developed to collect morbidity statistics throughout the country and to understand what actually is the contribution of Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, and homeopathy, yoga, naturopathy systems in the healthcare scenario of our country. This portal, as you all know, was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister in 2017. And since 2017, it has been collecting the data from various government and non-government organizations throughout the country. And till date, as on date, there is data of about 1 crore patients available on the portal in terms of what all cases, means what all diagnoses have been captured by our Ayush doctors throughout the country in Ayush terminologies. So my responsibility today is to present before you the portal and to show what are the tabs which are available in the portal, what are the features available in the portal. You have seen the theoretical part from the earlier lectures where you have seen the importance of medical coding. You have seen what is morbidity codes, what are terminologies, standardized terminologies, means what is the need for collecting this information. Means you have seen what are the means how the standard terminologies and morbidity codes have been featured on the Namaste portal. Now what I would like to show is how to access the portal, what are the features available on the portal, and how to get training on the portal through the online training system which is available on the Namaste portal. So if my screen is visible, you can see the first when you can access the Namaste portal by typing the URL namstp.ayush.gov.in. You can open the browser and type this URL, or otherwise you can go to Google and just search Namaste portal. If you search Namaste portal, you will get the first link, which is the link to the Namaste portal. And if you click on the link, this home page, the home page which you are seeing now, it will appear. The home page has a few important tabs like home, about us, morbidity codes, standard terms, dashboards, gallery, sensitization program, and login. So these are the main tabs which are available on the portal. Here, actually, from the earlier sessions, you would have understood that there are two purposes of creating this portal. The first purpose is dissemination of information. Means what type of information? The information on the morbidity codes of Ayurveda, Siddha, and Unani systems, and also dissemination of standard terminologies of Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani systems. So the dissemination of this already created morbidity codes and standard terms is one purpose of creating this portal. Another purpose is collection of the morbidity statistics from the practitioners. So basically, this portal has two parts. The parts which are available for free without any login, means free means there is no need to log in to get many of the informations which are available on the portal. And there are few informations which are accessible only after you can log in into the portal. Basically, the login has been provided to feed information into the system. For example, if you are a practitioner and you have a data of so many patients with you, if you want to feed this information onto the national platform, which is the Namaste portal, you need a login ID password, which is authorized, which is to be authorized by the NIMH Hyderabad Institute. And only after the authorization that you can add information onto the portal. That is why there is the login part here. Most of the other tabs, most of the informations which are available on the Namaste portal are outside the login. So the main, when you type the login, when you type the URL of the portal, you are directed to this page, which is the home page of the portal. And then there is the About Us part. The About Us part has two sections. One is about the details of the launch of the portal, and the next is about the timeline of the portal. Here you can also see the vision and mission of the Namaste portal, which is means the vision is to create a comprehensive web portal for standardized terminologies and national morbidity codes of ASU systems, along with ICD-10 and ICD-11. Here there are many technical terminologies. For example, the first point to understand that this is a web-based system. Means this is a web portal wherein data is captured in an electronic format. Next, what does it provide? It provides standardized terminologies as well as morbidity codes. Standardized terminology. What is the difference between a morbidity code and a terminology? Morbidity codes are diagnostic entities, means that which we write in the diagnosis part of our case sheet. Means whatever diagnosis we write, we assign a specific code to each and every diagnosis so that we can understand or count the number of patients of each morbidity condition that has presented in our OPDs. Standard terminologies are for communication. The basic purpose of terminology is communication. For example, if an Ayurvedic doctor is writing some case sheet, and if it goes to some allopathic physician or any other physician, for example, an Ayurvedic doctor is writing a case sheet and a homeopathy doctor sees the case sheet. How can a homeopathy or allopathic person understand the Ayurvedic case sheet? For this purpose, for this communication purpose, the terminologies are important. And always the terminologies. For example, if we say some term in Ayurveda, and if we translate it in different English terms throughout the world, then the people who are reading this will get confused. That is why there is a need for standardization of terminologies. And these terminologies means this standard national consensus document, which is called standardized terminologies, is also available on this portal. I already explained the morbidity codes, and you have already also seen the purpose of the International Classification of Diseases, which is the global standard, which has been prepared by the World Health Organization for sharing of morbidity and mortality statistics globally. So what Namaste portal basically is a national draft version, which is a precursor for inclusion of the Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani into the international or global standard, which is the WHO ICD-10 or now the ICD-11. So the mission of this portal is pan-India implementation of this portal. Means we want to collect information from every part of the country where ASU systems, also homeopathy, yoga, naturopathy systems are prevalent, so that the exact contribution of Ayush in the national healthcare setup can be understood on an objective, in an objective manner. So how it is implemented? For Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani, there are specific morbidity codes by themselves. And for yoga, naturopathy and homeopathy, we are using the ICD-10 or ICD-11 systems. So basically this portal is the repository of all this information collected from throughout the country. And you have also seen, maybe you have also seen the timeline of events. It has started from the 2010 onwards, and from there in the 2017 this portal was launched, and the entire details of the chronology is also available on the portal in the About Us tabs. The next tab is the morbidity codes. If you click on the morbidity codes, there are subsections available in this tab. First is the Ayurveda, next is the Siddha, next is the Unani, and we also have the WHO ICD-10 and ICD-11. These, if you click on the Ayurveda tab here, you can see the Ayurveda terminologies. And this Ayurveda terminologies, as you have already seen, is divided into so many chapters. And each and every chapter, I will just give an overview of what are these chapters and how you can search in this information. Everywhere, basically, you can see there are two types of representation of data. Means the same data is represented in two forms. One is the table form. The table form means each data is in row form. Means the first record will be the first row, the next record will be the second row, the next record will be the third row. Like this, one below the other, the data is represented. This is the table view, and the other is the tree view. The tree view is where, here hope you can see, the tree view is where each entity is given an arrow. If you click on the arrow, the children, means each entity will have child nodes, and each child will have sub-children, then it will have sub-children. Likewise, layer by layer it goes on. If you click on the topmost level, the next level will open. If you click on the next level, the sub-children will open. Means like this, the parent-child relationship, means terminology. For example, Vata Sanchaya is a type of doshavastha of Vata. Doshavastha of Vata is a subtype of Vata Vyadhi. Vata Vyadhi is an example for Dosha Vaishamyam. Dosha Vaishamyam is a Vikara. Vikara is a type of classification. So this is how the parent-child entity, means you can see the tab, means the data is represented in a parent-child representation in a tree view, whereas in the table view, the data is recorded one row below the other. So this is the basic difference between the two types of representations which are available. The same data is there. The same data is represented either as a table view or as a tree view. Below that, you can see a green color button here. This button is a download button. If you click on this, the entire data of Ayurveda morbidity codes, about 3000 codes, along with the information as to what are the codes, what are the diacritical spellings, the means English spellings, and all the details you can download as an Excel file. This is utilizable. You can download this file and use for search purpose, education purpose, or even for training purpose, means just to understand how the classification is going on. Or you can use the Excel drop down, means you can copy the entire columns in the Excel and use it as a backend data in some other portals where you want this information as a backend data. So for this purpose, the Excel sheet is also provided. I will explain one more purpose of this Excel sheet later on when we see the login part. How the means you will see maybe tomorrow how information is uploaded onto the portal. There also this Excel file is useful. Next, you can see a search box here. This before the search box, there is a language selection option. The entire Devanagari terms which are available, Devanagari or Unani means Tamil or Urdu, I means Arabic terms which are available on the portal, that can be read in many of the Indian languages. This is a common feature in most of the portals which have been launched by the CCRAs, where you can read the same information in different scripts. For example, if you click on Devanagari, you can see the information in Devanagari script. And if you click on Telugu, you can see the same information in Telugu script, Malayalam script, like that. So various script options are also available on the portal. Then next is the search option. Here, this is the here you can search any word in the means you can type either any English term also like fever or some other terms also. If you type on this, the data in the entire sheet will be searched and it will be represented in the table form here. Means you can, for example, if you are a clinician and if you want to see what are the conditions in Ayurveda where fever is presenting, then you can type fever here. You can also type the Ayurvedic word like jwara or means either Ayurvedic, but in the means Roman script, you can type the spelling and it will search the entire list and bring to you in a table form where all this information is available. So I have now searched fever, and you can see which are the conditions where fever is presenting as a symptom. So here the data representation is like serial number. The Namaste code means here is the morbidity code here. The condition, what is the condition, like Vyana Vata Kopa, what is its definition in short, this long definition. This is the long definition. Where what is the long definition? Long definition is the collection of the symptomatology for this condition from all the major classical works of Ayurveda. Means Brihatrai and Lagutrai. Then the data means the diagnostic data or the symptomatology for this condition, which is available in the entire Brihatrai and Lagutrai, is compiled here as the long definition. So this is itself can be used as a diagnostic tool. For example, here I am searching fever, and now you can the entire search result is actually a differential diagnosis for fever. So this is how a clinician also can use this portal. For example, the search term you can type in rare conditions also here and understand if it is translated into that condition. Here you can search by both Devanagari as well as means not just Devanagari. You can search in Ayurvedic terminology as well as in English or allopathic terminology here. So this is the search option, and below that you can see the data representation. As I have already explained, the data representation is in the form of serial number, code, the condition, the short definition, long definition, and the reference. So this is how the table view is represented in the Namaste portal. Similarly, this is about the morbidity codes. If you click on Siddha instead of Ayurveda, you can see the Siddha morbidity codes. If you click on Unani, you can see the Unani morbidity codes like this. And if you click on ICD-10 or ICD-11, you can see the WHO ICD-10 or ICD-11. And the same download feature is also available there, which you can download and use for your purpose. The next tab is the standard terminologies, where you can again see, because standard terminologies for Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani systems are available here. For homeopathy system, the standard terminologies are not yet provided on the portal, but the standard terminologies of homeopathy are currently under development at the National Institute of Indian Medical Heritage, Hyderabad. Once that work is completed, the standard terminologies of homeopathy will also be made available on the portal. So now I have clicked on the standard terms tab and on the standard terminologies Ayurveda tab. So now you can see that what are the chapters which are available in the standard terminologies. They are classified into 10 chapters starting from SAT-A to SAT-J. So each and every chapter, as you might have already seen in the previous lecture, each chapter is belonging to some specific subject or theme. For example, SAT-A is the basic and fundamental terminologies. SAT B relates to terminologies relating to structure and function. SAT C relates to Vyadhi Vinishchaya, means diagnostic disorders and etiological factors. SAT D relates to signs and symptoms. SAT E is the National Ayurveda Morbidity Codes. Means the third tab here, the Morbidity Codes tab here is the same as the SAT E, which is the National Ayurveda Morbidity Codes. Basically, SAT C, D, and E of Ayurveda together forms the Roganidhana part. And inside this, SAT E is the diagnostic terms, means what all terminologies we usually write in the diagnosis column of the case sheet, it is included under the SAT E or the National Ayurveda Morbidity Codes. And SAT F is relating to terminologies relating to pharmacology and pharmacognosy, which is the Dravyaguna Vijnana. SAT G and H together forms the Bhaishya Kalpana part. SAT G is relating to preparation of medicines, and SAT H relating to preparation of food and beverages, means the Ahara Kalpana. SAT G is the Aushadha Kalpana and SAT H is the Ahara Kalpana. SAT I is a very important part, which is comprising of the terminologies relating to treatment or chikitsa, which includes all the other ashtangas, means terminologies relating to kaya chikitsa, panchakarma, shalya, shalakya, all these treatment related terminologies except the diagnostic terminologies. If it is a diagnostic terminology, it will come under SAT E. But if it is a general terminology like Abhyanga, Vasti, Sweda in Panchakarma, or any Kriyakarma in Shalakya, or any Kriyakrama of Prasuti, these all will be coming under the chapter SAT I, which is dealing with the Chikitsa. And the last chapter here is the SAT J, which is dealing with the Swasthavrata, or including yoga, some terminology relating to Shatkarma, etc. of yoga, the preventive and promotive health. So since the data is divided into 10 chapters and the entire 10 chapters together comprise about 15,000 terminologies, for purpose of searching, a separate section has been means created at the end, which is called SAT Combined. SAT Combined means all the information from SAT A to J has been placed together under SAT Combined for the purpose of searching. For example, if you are writing a research paper and you want to translate some term, for example, if you are writing dosha, and if you want to write an equivalent translation to the word dosha, instead of, you can either search in the SAT A, which is the Moolabhuta Siddhanta or the basic fundamental terminologies, or you can search in the SAT Combined, because if you know exactly in which chapter this term is coming, you can search in a specific chapter. And if you don't know in which chapter this terminology will be appearing, then you can search in the SAT Combined option. So for example, if now I have clicked on SAT Combined and I can search in this for example, I am searching dosha. So you can see here what is the short definition which has been provided for dosha. It is recommended to utilize the Namaste portal whenever you are writing any research paper or article for the purpose of standardization of terminologies. What happens is that usually when we translate, we use our own translations, due to which an international scholar who is not not aware of the Ayurveda, means for example, if some allopathic doctor from US or Africa or somewhere Europe is reading this paper, if the translations of the same word is differing in different research papers, it will give a bad impression. So for the purpose of standardization of terminologies and for uniform representation of Ayurveda terminologies globally, what has been done is this standard terminologies have been provided. So as far as possible, it is better to use the standard definitions or short definitions which are provided in the Namaste portal whenever you are writing any research papers. And this long definition is more for an educational purpose rather than any other purpose. Long definition is, for example, if some non-Ayurveda person wants to understand what is dosha, then he can read the long definition and understand it. But for translation or for an Ayurveda expert, or this short definition part is more useful. Means whenever in this lecture I say Ayurveda, because I am from Ayurveda background, I am speaking about Ayurveda, but the same principle applies for Siddha as well as Unani systems. The same short definition, long definition pattern and the coding pattern is the same for all the three, Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani systems. And wherever I say Ayurveda, you should understand it as Siddha, means Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani. So now I have explained what is the search function here, means how the search bar in the Namaste portal can be utilized. Similarly, as we have seen earlier, this language options, means you can read the same information in means diacritical script or even in Kannada script or Telugu script. So any language you can see the information. So this is about the standard terminologies. the next tab is the dashboard. The purpose of the dashboard is dissemination of information. As I have already explained in the initial part, the purpose of Namaste portal is collection of information. Means we are collecting information from from throughout the country. So when we are collecting the data, the compiled data or the consolidated data should be made available to the public also. Means anybody who is coming to the portal, anybody who is visiting the portal, they can visit the dashboard and visit the dashboard to see the current statistics. So now I have clicked on the dashboard button. Here, when you click on the dashboard button, there are three tabs which are available. Means there are three types of data representation which are provided here. First is the month-wise statistics. Means if you want to know what is the number of patients of each morbidity condition which has presented to any specific Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, Homeopathy, Yoga, Naturopathy system in this month, then this information is provided in the month-wise statistics. Consolidated statistics gives the information from a date range. For example, if you want the information of statistics of last 1 year or the last 2 years, that is provided under the consolidated statistics. And the third one is the time trend statistics. Time trend statistics is means it represents the variation, how the patient flow in each systems varied from month to month. That is provided in the time trend statistics. So if I click on the month-wise statistics, first I will have to select which is the medical system, whether I want to see the data of Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, Homeopathy, Yoga, Naturopathy, Suvarikpa, and all. So here, if you click on the medical system, for example, now I have clicked on Ayurveda. If I click on Ayurveda, then it asks whether you want to see the OPD data, IPD data, or the OPD others. OPD data, as you all know, it is the data belonging to the outpatient department. IPD is the inpatient department data. OPD others means it is any other data. Means, for example, if somebody is running any outreach clinics where the patient is going outside, or any special clinic like geriatric clinic or any special such clinics, then that data will be made available under it is uploaded under the OPD others. So that is why there are three options here. So now I have clicked on OPD data. So under the dashboard, under the month-wise statistics, I have selected Ayurveda, and in Ayurveda I have selected OPD, and in OPD I am now asked select the month and year. So now I am clicking I want to see the data of October 2017, or I will come to a latest date now. The last month, 10/20/22. So this you can see the month-wise statistics in a graphical representation. So here you can see the maximum number of patients throughout the country. This is the data of Ayurveda throughout the country. Maximum number of patients, that is more than 10,570 patients of Sandhigata Vata have presented in the various outpatient departments which are entering data into the Namaste portal in the 10th month of 2022. So now we can say, we generally say that in Ayurveda OPDs, more cases of Vata Vyadhi and Sandhivata come. But where is the objective data? So this is the importance of objective data. Means, for example, if some policymaker is asking, if some senior bureaucrat or senior policymaker wants to know what are the conditions in which Ayurveda is giving its services more, then now from the Namaste portal, we can clearly say that these are the conditions, these are the top 10 conditions, these are the top 20 conditions on which Ayurveda doctors are giving their services throughout the country. So the first number here is the Sandhigata Vata. The next is Vata Vyadhi. As there was in the previous discussion session, Vinod sir was saying, I think, that this is a high level diagnosis. Means this is not a specific diagnosis. For example, if a patient is coming to our OPD and we are diagnosing as Vata Vyadhi, then it is not a specific diagnosis. It should be either Grudrasi, Vishwachi, or any specific Pakshagata, or even in under Pakshagata, Vata Kapha Pakshagata, or that should be, the diagnosis should be specific. So this month-wise statistics data or the consolidated statistics data also give us a peek into the diagnostic trends which are being practiced throughout the country. Means how Ayurveda doctors or Ayurveda Siddha Unani doctors or homeopathy doctors are diagnosing. So this is also evident from this. For example, here there are a few other examples. Vata Vyadhi is one example. Kandu is an example. Kandu is a non-specific diagnosis. Actually, the word Kandu has been provided as a diagnostic entity in the Namaste portal because it is a Kaphaja Nanatmaja Vyadhi. Otherwise, generally, Kandu is a symptom. Kandu is not a diagnosis. So, because it is a Kaphaja Nanatmaja, it has been provided, but it is being utilized So much means 1997 diagnosis of Kandu has been made throughout the country. It also speaks something about the diagnostic trends of Ayurveda doctors in this country. So it is also showing a mirror to the doctors as to what are the diagnoses which we are writing. Similarly, the Vibandha also, it is not a very specific diagnosis. So most of the times it is better to write specific diagnosis. For example, Sandhigata Vata. Sandhigata Vata is a specific diagnosis. So such clear and specific diagnosis should be made on the case sheets. If such a specific diagnosis is made on the case sheet, then only it will get translated into the translated by the medical coder or the consolidated statistics onto the national platform, that is the Namaste portal. Similarly, here you can see CASA. CASA is a higher level diagnosis, but it is not clear as to whether it is a Vatika CASA, Paitika CASA, Kapacha CASA, like that. So it is better to do a more pinpoint diagnosis than a vague diagnosis like Vata Vyadhi. So also from this top 10 means top diseases, you can understand that Sandhigata Vata and Vata Vyadhi are the main areas in which Ayurveda is contributing, and also followed by this third position is the Kasa, which is a respiratory disease area. So we can identify which are the areas where Ayurveda doctors are giving their services throughout the country. Below that, this is means above the data is shown in the graphical representation, and below the tabular representation is also provided. So here you can see the top 20 diseases which are shown here. So this is about the month-wise statistics. Similarly, in the consolidated statistics also, you can follow the same methodology. Means select the medical system, select whether you want to see the data from OPD, IPD, or others, and then you can select the month or the year which you want to see the data. And after that, you can see the consolidated. You can give the timeline from which month to which month and get the data as to what are the number of cases which are present during that time. I want to reiterate here once more that all this information from home to sensitization program is available openly to anybody who is visiting the Namaste portal. Means you have to just type the URL namaste namastp.ayush.gov.in, and all this information is available for anybody who is accessing the portal anywhere in the world. Only the login part means you cannot enter any data into the Namaste portal without login. But most of the information which is available in the portal, you can access it for free and utilize in teaching, academic, research, or any other domains. So the third part in the dashboard is the time trend statistics. So the if you click on the time trend statistics, it asks whether you want to see the OPD data or the IPD data. If I click on the OPD data, it will ask for the date range, from which date to which date the information is being sought. So it will take some time to load. So I have already loaded the data here. Here you can see I have loaded the time trend statistics from the 10th month of 2017 to the 10th month of 2022. Means the data from the last 5 years I have arranged here in the form of a time trend statistics of OPD. So here this graph you can see the color code wise it is there. The first one is violet one is Ayurveda, the orange one is Unani, the pink one is homeopathy, and the golden yellow color line is of the Siddha system of medicine. So each system of medicine during each month from October 2017 to October 2022, what are the number of patients which have visited the OPDs, you can see here. And here you can see the month of April 2020. This is the month when the lockdown was declared and all the OPDs which were closed down. So here you can see all the graph is coming here and suddenly crashing down. Similarly, you can see other crashes also. These are the times when the lockdowns or the waves of COVID came. So now it is slowly picking up and now it is again rising. So this is also showing that this is a true picture of what is actually happening on the ground. Means this is an external validation of the data. Means, for example, it is not just important to collect data. The data which is being collected should also be correct, accurate, and usable. Otherwise, it will lead to the wrong policy. For example, if you are getting the wrong data, then it will translate into wrong policy and it will not yield the specific intended objective for which the portal has been created. So this is an external or evidence as to the data on the portal, how it is representing the true data from the ground. And I would like to again reiterate that most of this information is coming on the Namaste portal from the various government hospitals only, mostly as on time. There are only very few private institutions which are contributing to the data as on date. The process of scaling this information to the last practitioner is undergoing, and this training program is also a part of this initiative. This actually, the main intended objective of this training program is to means reach the states, because health is primarily a state subject. All the esteemed representatives who are representing the various states, they have a very big role to play here, because health being a state subject, the state governments have a very important role, and most of the important information or data about the patient morbidity statistics, as well as other information related to Ayush, is available with the state governments. And if all the state governments, all the states come together on this national platform, it will it will highly enhance the power. It will be a highly powerful representation of the Ayush systems, which we can present to the globe. Because the agencies like the WHO are keenly seeing this data. They are means this is the data which is being represented by India globally, to project the strength of Ayush systems, to show that Ayush systems are contributing so much in the health scenario of the country, and it is beneficial to the global audience as well. So it is imperative, and it is very necessary on the part of all the states to become part of this portal. Not just states, even the last practitioner, we should try to add on to this portal, so that the data, accumulated data, will run. Even just from the government OPDs, we have about 1 crore patient data here, which is a very powerful data. If all the stakeholders come together, the data which will be available here will be so huge that it will it will give a very strong statement, not just to our national policy makers, but also to the international audience, and it will help in the it will help in convincing the global audience on the strength of the various Ayush systems. So here, from this time trend statistics, we can get an overall bird's eye view of how Ayush systems are contributing in the global scenario. Here, a few other statistics are also there. Here, the top 10 diseases, again, top 10 throughout the country, top 10 Unani diseases, top 10 Siddha diseases. All this information is available on the dashboard. So just based on this dashboard, based on the information which is available on this dashboard, you can derive many conclusions. For example, you can derive conclusions on the number of patients who are visiting the Ayush various facilities. You can draw inferences on the diagnostic trends, on how Ayurveda doctors are diagnosing in the current scenario, whether their diagnostic trends are improving. For example, in the first year, there are more cases of Vata Vyadhi, and in the fifth year, there are more cases of specific diagnosis like Pakshagata, Gridrasi, Vishwachi, or Apatantraka, like that. If it is coming like that, then it is showing that the diagnostic trends are improving. Also, from the time trend statistics, you can see which system, where each system stands in terms of the national scenario. So many informations. This can contribute to so many research papers. So this information is very vital in many aspects. For example, if tomorrow there is some national program on osteoarthritis which is being declared, then we can confidently project this data on the from the Namaste portal and say that Ayush systems are contributing so much in the management of Sandhigata Vata. So if any such national programs are being implemented, Ayush system should play a major role in those national programs. So this is how this information, means the diagnosis which you are writing in the case sheet when you are seeing the patient, how this is contributing to the national cause. This is what I began this session with, and this is how it is demonstrated. Means from this dashboard you can see how the diagnosis is being translated onto the policy. So this is the dashboard. The next section is the gallery section. And the gallery, various major events relating to the Namaste portal has been shown. For example, you can see the conferences, various international consultative meets which are ongoing to make our national draft, which is the National Ayurveda Morbidity Codes, National Siddha Morbidity Codes, National Unani Morbidity Codes, as well as standard terminologies of Ayurveda, Siddha, and Unani systems onto the national, international platform, that is WHO standard terminologies, as well as WHO International Classification of Diseases. How this portal is contributing to the national cause, and various events which are associated with it are available in the gallery section. And the last section here, even in the gallery section, the various sensitization programs. For example, what you are seeing now is the sensitization, the same training which you are undergoing, the same training which was done at the Delhi Institute for the Northern Zone. So this is the means all this information is available on the gallery part. Next is the sensitization program. What is the need for sensitization program? This actually what you are attending is a sensitization program. After sensitization, you will get to know what is the importance of the Namaste portal for Ayurveda. And after knowing the importance, you have to contribute by uploading the information. The uploading part will be dealt, I think, tomorrow. And it is not a very complex task. Means the uploading of the data, if the data is prepared well in an Excel format, it takes just 5 minutes. And that too once in a month. Once in a month, 5 minutes is what it takes to upload the data onto the Namaste portal. But to upload that in 5 minutes, the data has to be collected daily. Means if the data is properly collected and segregated, then the uploading is very, very simple. So the sensitization program has been created to reach the last mile. For example, we need to reach the last practice. Even each and every practitioner of Ayush throughout the country, we need to reach out so that they understand the importance of contributing their data onto the national platform. So that is why the sensitization program has been created, and sensitization program is in two ways. This one is this such sensitization programs which are happening in a hybrid mode, online offline mode, and other is the online training program which is a self-paced learning module. Means you can register to the course, you can see the modules as and when you are free, and after seeing the modules, means you can get the online certification on a self-paced manner. Whenever you are free, you can go to the online training program and undergo the training program, following which you will be given a certificate. So this is the information on the online sensitization training module is provided on the sensitization program tab on that online training module. You can click online training module. So you can see the register button, which will open into a Google sheet on which you have to fill the information, after which you will be registered, and following which the 3 modules. The topics are given here. What is the syllabus for this online training module? The same, whatever you are undergoing now here in a hybrid training program, the same information will be available on the means online training module, which has 3 modules. Similarly, the morning session which you underwent is the importance of medical records as well as the importance of the medical coding. The module 2 deals with the introduction to the Ayurveda systems, the standard terminologies and the morbidity codes of the Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani systems. And the module 3 deals with the uploading of the data, means how you can do the data entry onto the Namaste portal. So this is all about the information which is available outside. Means the information which is available without login. It is represented here. So the next part is the login part. So if you click on the login button, you will be prompted to a login screen where you have to enter your username, password, and select the institution. For this purpose, you have to first register your account. Means you register yourself as an individual as well as a hospital. After registering yourself as an individual and a hospital, the data, means the information will go to the National Institute of Indian Medical Heritage, Hyderabad, from where Dr. Saket sir is there with you. And the institute will first means approve the user, because only approved users can upload data. If anybody starts uploading the data, it will corrupt the overall data. That is why only approved users can upload data onto the portal. So first the hospital is registered, and after the registration, you can enter the username, password, and the name of the institute to log in onto the portal. The method of means uploading the data, how to prepare the Excel sheet, and how the Excel sheet has to be uploaded, or how the information has to be fed into the means online data sheet, that will be explained in the later session, maybe tomorrow. So this is the various tabs which are available on the from the home page to the login page I have already described. And also there is a footer part in the lower part of the portal where you can get links to various other websites of the Ministry of Ayush, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, the user manual on the entire user manual on how to use this portal, the contact us. There is a dedicated project team at the National Institute of Indian Medical Heritage, Hyderabad, who are always willing to help in any problem. Means if you are uploading the data for the first time and you are not able to prepare the Excel sheets in the proper way, the team from NIMH Hyderabad, you can you have to just you have to just send an email. That email will be displayed later on. You just have to send an email and they will contact you back. Means from the institute, the team, the Namaste portal team will contact you back and provide you the whatever assistance you need. Whether they will provide sample Excel sheets, they will provide they will take the Excel sheets and say what are the problems or errors which are there due to which the data is not being uploaded. In extreme cases, if there is some problem in uploading, even if you send the data, they will upload it on your behalf onto the portal. Following which means for example, if there is a hierarchy of organization, for example, there is a state directorates, and under the directorate there are various hospitals. Under the hospitals there are dispensaries. Some hierarchy is there. The entire hierarchical data, for example, all the dispensaries are uploading the data, and the district head means the state directorate can see the data from the consolidated data from the whole of the state. That is also possible. Retrospective data, if some hospital is having, some hospital or practitioner, if he is having well maintained data of the last 50 years or anything, even that data, if it is properly converted into a month-wise structured morbidity means data, it can be uploaded onto the Namaste portal. That is the main advantage. Means this is not this is a system where both prospective and retrospective data can be added. Prospective data we are already adding month-wise, but retrospective data is even if it is available with some eminent practitioner. For example, there is a good practitioner who is maintaining records since last 10 years. If the data is converted into Excel sheet, it can be uploaded even now onto the Namaste portal, and that person or practitioner or organization can see what is this contribution on this national platform, and it will also become part of the national statistics. That is the main important part of this. So this is an overview of the National Ayush Morbidities and Standard Terminology electronic portal. We have gone through the entire platform, entire portal, through all the tabs and shown you all the details. Here some few other details. As on date, there are 153 hospitals which are registered onto the portal. 82 hospitals are uploading data continuously, others are not doing it on a continuous basis. Reason for encounter, this is another term which you need to be familiar. Means what are we uploading here? Always the diagnosis of a patient need not be final in the first visit. So the first visit means here what we are counting is a reason for encounter. So if a same patient, for example, if it is a continuous medication, for example, the patient is a patient of Prameha, he is visiting the OPD 3 times or 4 times in a month, means twice in a month or like that. The same patient will be counted 2 times because the hospital is investing its manpower and services to cater to that need. So we are not counting the number of patients, we are counting the number of encounters. This is one point which is need to be understood before uploading the data. As on date, you can see the figures also on the portal. How many patients of each systems have been means the data of how many patients. There are more than 1 crore patient data of Ayurveda itself, which is available on the portal. So I would like to conclude this session by thanking Sulochana ma'am and the entire team of CARI Bangalore for providing this opportunity to present the overview of the Namaste portal. And also I would like to convey my sincere thanks to this extremely learned as well as interactive audience, because I was hearing the interactive session. There are so many questions. I would wish that all these questions will translate into the action. Means ultimately all the states will be coming on board to the Namaste portal and will be providing their consolidated statistics or statistics from the respective organizations onto the Namaste portal, so that it becomes a part of the national statistics and it will empower Ayurveda in projecting its might globally. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from audience? Yes, Anju, question.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Hello. Thank you for the session, sir. Actually, my doubt is usually when we see cases in our dispensaries. Hello.
Yeah, audible. You're audible.
When we see cases in our dispensary, maximum it is not like a single symptom or it is not like a single disease. It is like a combination, Vyadhi Sankara or Lakshana Sankara, something like that. So we might not be able to place it under one heading like a Kandu, Prameha, etc. In such cases, how this coding is going to help us?
Yeah, this is a very important question. It is a common question in all the training programs. What that is why I mentioned the reason for encounter. The word reason for encounter means why this patient came to visit you now. That is the main reason for encounter. So even if there are multiple symptoms, for example, a patient may be diabetic, so he is diabetic, means that is one diagnosis which will stay with him for a long duration. But why this patient came to you now? If is it for the diagnosis of means diabetes, for the management of diabetes, or means I will better use the Ayush terminology, whether this patient is now coming for his prameha or whether he is now coming for some other condition, that the doctor has to decide as to what is the main reason for encounter now in the Namaste portal, and that will be given the code here. Means the same patient will not be given multiple diagnosis. The main reason for encounter for which the patient presented to the OPD now is counted in the Namaste portal. But your question is very important, and it doesn't mean that all the other diagnoses we have to leave. That is a part of another system. For example, there is another system called Ayush Hospital Information Management System, in which we are feeding the entire case sheet. Means all the information relating to that patient will be entered into the case sheet. But generally in the OPD, we write a main diagnosis. The main diagnosis is entered into the Namaste portal. All the other diagnosis will be part of some other system. For example, they will be subsidiary or ancillary diagnosis, which will not be counted as the main reason for encounter here. I hope it is clear from the Namaste portal point of view, because what is the purpose of Namaste portal? We are trying to find out which are the main areas where Ayush systems are contributing. We are not trying to understand the combinatorics or other demographics. If you want to do that, there are other platforms for that, like the Ayush Hospital Information Management System. You are either recording it in the case sheet, or if you are using some electronic system, you can enter as many diagnoses as you want in the as secondary diagnosis, but not as primary diagnosis. I hope I am clear. We are counting the primary diagnosis or the primary reason for encounter here in the Namaste portal.
Okay,
I
sir.
hope
Then
I am.
if so, there is a treatment part also for this portal, right?
No.
There is
There
nothing
is no
like
treatment part here.
Okay, we don't
No.
have to enter it at all.
Yeah, that's what actually. No, there is no treatment part. The purpose of Namaste portal is collection of overall morbidity statistics. It is collection of morbidity statistics. What are the various disease conditions for which the patients are coming to Ayush systems? That is the primary purpose of the morbidity codes. The terminology part is different. As I told already, the terminology is for communication between experts. But the main part, morbidity codes, are for collection of morbidity statistics, and it is not a long-term work, because if you are using some software, you don't even need to enter the data. The software will collect the data from the backend. I hope you are understanding. Means there is no, if now because the case sheets are manual, means you are writing on paper, then there is need to enter the data onto a digital platform. Otherwise, if you are using some software systems, then the diagnosis you can already directly export it from the software as an Excel sheet and upload onto the Namaste portal. Then it will take just 5 minutes, because it takes just means you have to upload data only once in a month. That too mostly on the last day of the month. That how many patients visited our facility in the last month. So you can either upload means, for example, if it is the November data, you can either upload on the 1st of December as to how many patients came to me with each diagnosis in November. You can upload on December 1st, then it will become a part of the November 2022 data. So it is as simple as that. There is no treatment part here. There is no need to enter any treatment given here, because that will be another system which is looking to the prognosis. We are not seeing whether the patient improved or not. Means that all we are not looking in the Namaste portal scenario. Means the purpose of Namaste portal is mainly collection of morbidity statistics, means disease wise patient statistics. I hope I am clear.
Okay. Also, even while typing a Sanskrit word, I think person to person the spelling changes. Like even for dosha, some will be typing DOSA, some DOSHA, like that. So whatever we search, whether the answer will be the same.
Yeah, this all searching purpose is only for education, no? When you are going to the Namaste portal, you can type DOSHA and you can type, if you can type in Devanagari, you can type in Devanagari. If you are typing in English, you can type in English, DOSHA, it will come in the drop down. Okay. But the spelling guide means whatever the spelling means, whether you should type DOSA or DOSHA, it is given as a help file separately. You can just go through the help file and inside that the means convention is given. Even if you don't know the convention, you can try with one or two spellings. It will be available. But while uploading, this will not be a problem. This is an issue only while learning or during the education. This is an issue. If you are uploading the data, the standard Excel sheets will be provided. That will be explained tomorrow. Means entire data in Excel sheet will be provided to you. There is no need to type even one word. You have to just enter the numbers against each disease. Prameha will be there. You just have to write the numbers as to how many patients of Prameha came. There is no need to even type anything. I hope I am clear.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Clear.
For uploading, there is no need to type anything. You only have to remove or copy paste. There are only two means buttons. You either have to use delete button or add Control V means copy paste. Control C, Control V. Only, and that too in Excel sheet. What you are entering is only figures, numbers. There is no need to enter any text while uploading the data.
Okay, sir. Fine.
Okay. Any other questions?
Sir, in chat box, we have one question. Can we upload our IEC activities like ANC, PNC, lactating question program?
Okay. Here also the same answer applies. If you are writing a diagnosis, means if a patient is coming for a diagnosis, means if you are diagnosing something in the case record which you are providing as a prescription, then that diagnosis can be entered. So in case of antenatal care, it will be Garbhini, means Prathama Masa, Dvitiya Masa, Tritiya Masa, all are available. You can enter the specific, select the specific column. For example, one point I left out that I will add now. Some clinics will be specialty clinics. For example, if it is just a Swarna Prashana clinic, then only patients for that will come. Or if it is a Shalakya OPD, then only cases relating to Shalakya will come there. So the entire 3000 data Excel sheet is not useful for them. They can only select the Shalakya related part. Means from the Excel sheet, they can delete all other rows and just use the Shalakya part. For example, if it is a piles clinic, then only few diagnoses like Arsha, Bhagandara, all the types of Arsha, types of Bhagandara, that will be useful for that doctor. So he can only keep that part. Only 10 or 15 rows is relevant for him. All the other rows from the Excel sheet he can delete and only enter data on that specific conditions which are coming to his OPD. That also is possible. So one need not be bogged down by the entire list. This entire list of 3000 conditions is all the possible diagnostic conditions have been enlisted here. And I would request the participants also to go through and see whether if some diagnostic entity have been missed. Means we have been doing this exercise since a long time, and we till now we have found very few entities. Means which have been missed out in this list. Means this list is very exhaustive. It will have even all the subtypes of avarana. Everything will be there in this list. But it doesn't mean that you need to use all the list while entering the data. You can curate and make your own specific lists. For example, in CCRS institutes, there is a list of 190 conditions, 186 to 190 conditions, which you have prepared list. And we generally report on this 190 conditions, which are most common. If some new condition is there, we can always add from the master list. The Excel sheet, which Saket sir also displayed few minutes before, you can download the Excel sheet and select the specific row and paste it to add to your own curated list. Or you can delete any condition also. If, for example, last month a patient of Prameha came, this month no Prameha patient came, then you can delete the row of Prameha and upload the data. That also is possible. So this the information is uploaded as an Excel file. So it is all about preparing this Excel file. That is the effort which is required from the physician. Yeah, any more questions?
Sir, nothing from the audience. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Session is over for today, so we'll continue tomorrow. Thank you, everybody, all the audience, online audience. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the speakers who have been present today. Thank you, sir.